Oh, hello, folks. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. I hope you can hear me okay. Can you hear me clearly? Please let me know if there's any issue. Tracy, you want to say something? Let's see if there's any issue on your end. No? Okay, you can stay quiet if you want. I think she muted. Oh no.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
There we go.
Muted myself. It's only the 5th time today I've been talking to a muted mic accidentally.
Oh, did that happen also today?
We had a little bit of technical problems with magma too again.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Otherwise, it went fine. I did a little interview with Z for Winterfest. The video will go up probably sometime in December, I think. But yeah, it was fun. Z and India Swift, a animation person who has just made a comic book, and I was there as the comic person who's making an animation. So we kind of did a little comparison of like how one moves from one of those forms of media to the other, and what the similarities and differences are. Oh yeah, you gotta change the age, isn't it?
Yeah, I gotta change my age. Now it says 4. I'm like, oh shoot, I gotta fix that. Let's draw attention to it. So.
Anyway, hello everybody out there in the audience. Hope you all are well and enjoying your Saturday.
I'm gonna make sure that this is in the best font. There we go.
It is Fable's birthday, so yes, happy birthday, Fable.
Birthday stream. Thought that might be fun. Hey everybody. Yeah, we're gonna do something a little bit different. I've actually done a couple of traditional art / pointing the webcam at my desk streams on my Twitch. Partially just to experiment and partially because I didn't think it was really worth putting on the YouTube, but Tracy was like, yeah, you could put it on the YouTube. I was like, okay. So this time, I'm going to be doing some paintings, and showing those off, so yeah. I thought that might not be pleasant. I hope.
We can talk about that, and if you have questions about animation stuff or comic stuff, you can ask that too. We'll talk about anything. Almost anything.
Anything. It's my birthday. You have to answer all questions. What are your spiciest questions, guys? What have you been holding back on? Ask them now. She has to answer. It's my birthday.
Yeah. I don't have any spicy responses to give to spicy questions. I am bland as can be. I mean, I like spicy food, but
I also like
me as a
food.
person.
Yeah, okay. Here's a spicy question. Of the characters, I mean, and not the Savoies, because I already know that they enjoy to eat fire. Who does or doesn't like spicy food? How would they react with a bowl of death chili or one jalapeno?
I'm sure Rocky could handle it. He'd have tears in his eyes, but he'd eat it anyway.
Like,
Ivy similarly would try and do a bad job of pretending she liked it, while she just like ate in agony. Mitzi could definitely do it and look nonchalant about it.
It'd be really funny too. Be like, "Oh, little lady, what do you think you can do?" Just like,
I think Zib doesn't have any like
pepper.
taste buds left after all the smoking and like after all the shit he's done. So he probably can manage it. Like totally. Like, it just tastes like cigarette ashes to me. I don't know.
This is one of the reasons I never gotten into cigarettes is that I value my sense of taste. So
yeah, sense of taste and smell are definitely affected by that. Like,
yeah,
I grew up in a house where people smoked and it sucked, and I didn't know how badly like everything I own smelled of cigarette smoke until I moved out and my sense of smell like came back. Like, oh god.
Yeah, I did not enjoy, like, there's like neighbor friends whose, like, their parents like smoke all the time in the house, and like whenever I walked in their house, I was like, I had to hold my breath because I was so sensitive to the smell. I was like, I hate this. My grandmother used to smoke, but I think she quit sometime before I was born, and I asked her once, I was like, how'd you do that? She's like, well, I had to make a choice. Did I want to drink tea or smoke cigarettes? And she decided that she liked tea more, and so she just quit. Yeah. She's just that kind of person. Aaron Kennedy says, I smoked for years and can't do spice. I guess something has to cut through. But do you smoke a pack a day like Zib probably does? It's a wonder he can sing it all.
Well, he can. It's just he's got some gravel in his voice, I guess. I think he likes it that way.
I have to admit, I'm not too shy about smoking my medical stuff, because I'm like, as far as I'm concerned, if it cracks my voice a bit, that's a positive. So
yeah. Someone asked, Alt Grendel says, what's your favorite hot pepper?
Let's see. I mean, I really enjoy serranos as just a general purpose hot pepper. Cayenne peppers are also pretty good. They're not the hottest, but it's like, if you put enough serranos in anything, it will be pretty damn spicy, and they're very flavorful. Pasilla peppers are pretty good. They're not that spicy, but they got a kick to them, so they're pretty good as, like, just in anything. It's like, do you want like a little bit of kick, but it's not going to kill you, and it has a lot of flavor? Pasilla pepper. And then, of course, I like the very spicy peppers. Like, a habanero is really good. It burns at the back of your throat more than at the tip of the tongue, and I like kind of more like a tip of the tongue burn. I'd say maybe scorpion or reaper pepper. Pretty damn good. It's tasty, and it will murder you. Ashley let me walk away with their entire thing of ghost peppers that Mike had bought. I think like last year he had bought like some ghost peppers, and they just shoved it at the back of the fridge, and he dared not try it because I guess he's a coward. And when I was visiting, I was like, hey, where's those ghost peppers? I put them in some sauce, and I have to say, well, not them, I put one in sauce, and I de-seeded it because I wasn't sure just how hot this particular ghost pepper was going to be. So I put it in some sauce, and it was just fine. Like, I think maybe it was a weak ghost pepper, or maybe I shouldn't have de-seeded it. But it pretty much made the sauce taste like I put in like a jalapeno or two in there. So it wasn't actually that spicy. And now I'm like, are ghost peppers just wimpy actually? Or am I different? But everybody else tried some of the death sauce I made, and they were like, yeah, this actually isn't as spicy as we expected. I was like, damn. It's my birthday. It's Fable's
Rolando
birthday.
says, whose birthday? Yeah, it's Fable's birthday.
My birthday.
Who was it? One of the animators was talking about doing that one chip challenge thing.
I think that might have been, was it Avery?
Might have been Avery. Yeah.
That's the kind of thing Avery would do. Yeah. And I said to him, I want in. It's actually on my bucket list to just like eat a whole ass ghost pepper. And I was tempted to do it while I was at Ashley's, but I had to drive home the next day, and I wasn't sure how it would affect me.
Yeah, you gotta plan for that, potentially ruining your day.
And I'm down. I'm very down, but I did have to drive, and without knowing for certain. And now I'm just like, I don't know, maybe I could eat just one of those ghost peppers and be fine. I mean, now I have them. So. You can hear my birds going, whee!
Katie Francis says,
hey.
I love you guys, but I would never eat spicy food with you. Based on this conversation, I would fucking die.
Well, I mean, you should not eat spicy food that I say isn't that spicy.
You gotta build up a tolerance.
My metric is very odd.
People
I have
people who grow up on it like definitely have
Yeah.
more of a tolerance than
Yeah.
you know, if you just dive right in, it's gonna hurt. So
Mm-hmm.
Am
I say
I
y'all.
allowed to be here?
Yeah, you can be here.
no, get out. Yes, of course.
Yeah. What the fuck are you doing? It's my birthday. No crew allowed.
Happy birthday!
Yeah. Thank you.
This is Keaton, one of the crew animators.
Hello.
Say hello to the
I was
YouTube
also-
audience.
Hello, YouTube audience. All of the internet.
The entire internet is here. There's actually not
Sure.
a lot of people on the internet, it turns out.
Yeah, I mean,
Chili
If only.
d'Arbor. No, I haven't not. I don't know that I've had chili d'Arbor specifically. I've had barbecue sauce made with Reaper chilies that I collected on behalf of a guy at Wasteland Weekend. And so, like, I helped invent their Peaches and Death sauce, which is super good. It's like sweet, tangy, very, very, very spicy. It's so good. It's very addictive. It's wonderful on barbecue. Just wonderful. I love that stuff. Yeah, I helped them make it because they, like, made kind of like a random test batch of something. And I was like, I love this. I love this so much. Do you guys have more? Can I buy some? And they were like, no, we ran out of peppers. And I was like, where do you get more peppers? And they were like, well, these guys actually had just like a Ziploc baggie full of Reapers. I was like, I'll go get it. I'll go get it for you if you make me more. So they made me some, and they made me my whole own sauce bottle. And like they were so enamored with like what they had made, which was just like canned peaches and whatever else they were like throwing together, that they ended up coming back the next year and selling it officially in like officially already made bottles. And now it's just a thing
sounds
they do.
amazing.
Yeah, it's great.
I love sweet and spicy.
Mm-hmm.
I also did the insanity hot chip challenge thing.
Oh, you
Yeah.
did?
Yeah,
Ah.
it was so painful because I was trying to do the thing where it's like, hey, if you don't want to be some dork or some nerd, you'll go an hour without drinking anything or eating
I'll do
anything
it.
to help the spice. Yeah, and I was like, I'll do that. It wasn't the spice so much as it was like the stomach cramps that started happening.
Yep. That was a very spicy sauce that I had once. Not this peaches and death stuff. That didn't do me. That I was
Like
just
your
happy
entire
burning.
your entire
Yeah.
body starts folding in on itself to try to prevent you from eating anymore.
Honestly, it kind of
Please
does.
no more. So what was this one? This one was Inkwash. This just says badge. I forget if this is watercolor or not. This one was watercolor. This one I forget, but I gotta redraw this gun. It's not really a gun right now. It just looks like a tube. So I gotta fix that. But figure it out.
It's one of those tubes you fire t-shirts out of.
That's what basically too.
This gangster's gonna kill you with shirts. Yeah, these are some commissions that I still owe from Biggest Little FurCon. So my idea today is just like to get these done, basically. So actually I'm going to be prepping my materials a little bit in the meantime as well. So, sorry, just knocked the camera. Sorry about that. I have this thing on a gooseneck that's like lightly clipped to the side of my table. I'm thinking that the gooseneck's fun and all, but if I keep doing this, I definitely think I want to invest in like an articulated arm, just like I have for my microphone, so that way I can't accidentally knock it. It's much more stable. Let's see here. Okay, gotta open up my French box.
So how have things been? I've been pretty not in the Lackadaisy chat recently.
Just rolling along. Got some deadlines coming up for rough animation in December, so yeah, we're pretty focused on getting all that squared away. Fable's birthday, we did a thing on the Lackadaisy last night. Kind of
Oh yeah, I like saw that was happening. I was like, oh, neat.
Yeah, it
And
was
then I
fun.
didn't engage with it.
It's fine. It's not everybody's scene. That's cool. Yeah, we dropped in there and revealed a bunch of happy birthday messages from Lackadaisy to Fable and some art
Aw.
and things, and then sat around in the voice chat for a little while, chatted with everybody.
Hanging.
Yeah, it was fun.
That sounds fun.
There we go. This one's just trying to grab a few brushes. Whatever's relevant to me.
Rolando says, "We hope Lackadaisy animated short film will premiere in 2022." Yeah, that is the plan.
I'm so like out of touch with time right now that my initial reaction was like 2022. That's so far away.
It's like
November.
2 months away. Not even 2 months away.
Yes, it's November 2019.
Sure.
Yeah, well.
No, I don't
yeah,
want to go through the plague a second time. Thank you.
Right.
No, true.
Yeah. Not the height of it, anyway.
No, yeah.
Time has been
as it
very
is right
weird
now.
since
Since the end of the world.
Yeah. Part of
yeah.
that.
Let's take this little desk that's to me, this little drawer thing. Just move this to one side. Somewhere to put my legs. There we go. That's a little bit more comfortable for me. This sweater is too
Bowtie
warm.
says, "I feel like it's still 2020." Yeah, I feel like I still have to process 2020, and we're already on 2022. It's
2021 pretty much just didn't happen.
2021 was like an extension of 2020, just kind of like
But with that
an agonized like addendum to 2020.
Yeah. A little prologue that nobody asked for.
Yeah.
Or epilogue, rather.
Yeah.
Prologue, please, no.
Yeah, God, no.
Oh God, please. If that's a prologue,
Could you
I'm
imagine?
very frightened.
Yeah, the universe is just like, oh, he said it. We gotta do it now.
No!
Past this prologue, though, you know.
Yeah, I try to put my glasses on, but whenever I tip my head down, just like they slide off of my head ever so slightly. I want like binder clips for my glasses. Would be convenient. I'm trying to make sure I don't knock the webcam or get in the way somehow. So, excuse me if it shudders a bit. How's the image quality look, guys?
Good.
Okay.
Looks pretty good, yeah. No blowout or fuzziness. Looks pretty
That's good.
well in focus.
Making sure all these shapes are good.
I've come to learn that I really like animating and drawing with characters who just have like 3 sausage fingers.
It simplifies things a little bit. Yeah.
It does.
Until they have musical instruments, and then it's hell.
And then it's like, oh, that
Yeah, it's
doesn't
like,
work.
oh.
Except, I mean, yeah. There's definitely precedent for that, though.
I can't wait to get back to animating cats. I'm very, very close to being finished with this test that I told you about.
Ooh. Nice. Yeah, I'm excited. There's just been a lot of work flooding in recently as people have been picking it up, and it's looking amazing.
Yeah, everyone on the crew is so very talented.
Mm-hmm. That's what it was like with my own shots. I had to be like, I gotta step it up. Can't have the director's shots be like shoddy. The design of this guy is kind of fun.
Looks like a cool dude.
It's a little fox guy.
Hilda?
I wish I could find my needed eraser, though. That is rather frustrating. Don't know where it went. But I'm
Needed
really
erasers are
excited.
hype.
Oh yeah. I don't know where it went. I would normally be able to find it. Like, I only keep that thing in like a handful of places ever, but I think maybe it just probably sat on my desk too long. Maybe it was mistaken for Garbo.
That's fair.
I don't know. That happens. People don't know. It's like, oh, that's actually a tool. Because it looks like a nasty piece of trash.
Yeah.
I made a comic about that once.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, about somebody mistaking my needed eraser for some kind of disgusting garbage. Because that happens. It doesn't help that it like collects cat fur and things like that on her.
Oh god, yeah, no, they get really
Yeah.
nasty, and especially if you
Yeah.
use it as kind of like a fidget toy, it gets really, really nasty.
Yep. It's just like
Don't
covered in
play
like
with your needed
graphite
eraser.
graphite stains and cat fur, and it kind of
Oh,
looks
it's
like
so
a
gross.
kind of just by nature looks like dog poop. So it's like, hey Pedro, thank you.
What was that?
That's very
Oh,
generous.
Thank you for the... What is that currency?
I don't know.
Thank you for the 10 of R's. Thank you for 10 R's.
Thank you.
Urgh.
Oh, don't you tell me that's low battery. Come on. My headphones just informed me that they're low. I'm gonna have to switch to my other headphones.
I believe that's Brazilian.
Ah.
Really close. Bowtie says, I don't think I've ever seen that comic. I think I have it on my website somewhere. Let me look for it. It's more of a vignette than a full-size comic or anything.
You need to have like an artist cat specifically. Or you can do art jokes through. It's like there's some like caricature artists in the park who they walk by past and they just like ruin its day every time they show up.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
They commission him once and then they look at the final result and they're like, why did you make us cats?
Something's off about this and it's just drawn as humans. They're like, something off. Yeah, I think it's the nose. There's something wrong with the nose. It just points at that.
Oh yeah.
I was like, damn it. Again.
Every time.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay, it was a question from Tumblr way back that I answered with a drawing. Here, I'll post it here.
streaming chat. I'm gonna take an eraser. Hey, Ash.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Doing pretty good. How about you?
Doing all right.
I'm doing an art. I'm regretting wearing this sweater right now. I might step away for a second just to change to lighter clothing because it's a little warmer in the sunroom than I realized.
Also, thank you again, Pedro, who donated again just to say Brazil.
I'd say that is one advantage of the YouTube system is that you can donate in your local currency.
Yeah, it's convenient.
Yeah.
Anyway, we do appreciate it. Anything goes,
Oh, yeah.
anything we collect here goes straight into the project, paying artists. So.
Oh yeah, if you want to wish me a happy birthday, subscribe or donate.
Yeah, we do appreciate
Smash
it.
that like button.
Because for any little indie thing trying
seriously,
to,
actually, yes.
yeah, it actually does make a difference. Yeah, especially for us small fries, just trying to get by, trying to independently fund our stuff.
Yeah.
Make more art and animation.
Cartoons aren't cheap.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Rolando says, Mitzi as Ash. That's the correct. That is correct.
Okay, that's funny.
So was this is this a commission from the con that you went to?
Yep.
It's so cute.
Yeah, I like them a lot. I was like, I didn't want to rush through these, so I took them home. So I could mail them to people. And it'll be better.
Ryan TV Channel 13 says, "What does Lacka Crew think about the new Dear Evan Hansen movie?" I haven't seen the Dear
watched
Evan
it.
Hansen movie. I've only seen the Jenny Nichols review of
Yeah.
it, and it was
Oh, it's a good
hilarious.
one?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
it's very funny.
There is absolutely nothing about that movie that looks like it would appeal to me in any way. So
Yeah, it seems pretty.
It's a
I don't know. Subject matter handled poorly. It sounds
Yeah.
like so.
Apparently it was
Right.
a musical first.
Yeah,
I
it was
like
a
good musicals, not bad musicals.
stage play, and
so-
then
I don't. I saw the trailer for it when I went to see Free Guy starring Jacksepticeye. But like, I saw it and I was like looking around because I saw Evan Hansen and I was like, that's a 30-year-old.
yeah, he's
There's
always like
no way around it.
I think he's like 28 or something like that. But when they put makeup on him and tried to make him look younger, they actually succeeded in making him look older. And then they put him next to actors who do look a lot younger, so it just like the contrast makes him look like, wow, guys, this is not convincing at all.
Yeah.
Hello, fellow students.
Yeah, exactly. They should have cast Steve Buscemi in that one.
Oh my god. I think that the goal might have been because I think if I heard correctly or if I read correctly, he's like the original Broadway star of the
Yes,
original
yeah.
show.
I guess that's the idea, but then you should probably put him up against other Broadway stars and not actual
Right.
ones.
Or I mean
So
that, but
it's kinda
that you
odd.
could get away with that age discrepancy because stage actors are much further away from
Exactly. Exactly.
and when you're close up on them, it's
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Bo Taiwan asks, what are fur cons like? I've only been to pony and comic cons. Fur cons are much more about the independent artist scene. The panels kind of run the gamut from either really weird subject material to let's talk about futurism and VR
Ooh.
and or let's talk about like conservation or let's talk about how to write a book. So the panels
Ooh.
tend to be really varied and they all are kind of have a nerdy bent basically because it's like the people who attend will just put together a panel, and since furries are from like all over the map, you'll have a lot of panels that are about like biology or tech or that kind of thing, and so that's kind of cool. And then the the dealers area where you go and you can like buy things, it's all indie artists. Like, you know, you won't find Disney there. You might at most find, say, fan art of Nick Wilde you could buy, but the vast majority of it is entirely independent content.
It's
like,
an
even
interesting
people who
thing
sell
because
fan art stuff will still sell like personal OCs and that kind of thing.
It's interesting. It's like a self-made fandom. It's not like congregating around like a single IP or a bunch of IP, like big corporate IPs, like you would get from like a Comic-Con or even a Pony thing. It's like it's its own, like, and so artists tend to be much more supportive of other artists, and the people who go there go to support the indie artists who make the content that kind of defines the fandom. So it's a much having been to many comic conventions before, and then I started going to like furry cons, like the difference in culture is stark, but in a way that like fur cons are just way more pleasant and fun, and people are just nicer and they treat you like they actually want you there, whereas comic cons, like especially the bigger ones, you are just like the trash under the heel of every big Hollywood.
A lot of the huge comic cons are not even about comics anymore. Like going to STCC
is not about the comics, especially not about the small
section is tiny and shoved off to one side. It's all about like Sony and Disney and Warner Brothers.
Every one of those, they're just like shoved, especially like the small press people and like the artist alley people and everything, just get shoved further and further into a dark corner until you like end up in the basement, like, you know, Office Space with a stapler. You know, it's like
almost literally
they kind of, you're just in the way of them and their HBO like cast coming in, and their Walking Dead people there, and their, you know, Marvel whatever going on there. It's just not about you. So
or like Marvel pooper heroes, am I right?
Yeah, exactly.
Whoa, sick burn.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. That'll get him.
Yeah. Still think twice about messing with us.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely like, I don't know. And if you're not a big name or something at like one of those conventions, people will come up and kind of sneer at your prices on everything. Because you got like a boutique business. You're paying full price for things you have to have printed because you aren't printing them at like 100,000 copies at a time. Like, you know, and so you have to sell them at a higher price point in order to not just like bleed out all your money all over the floor. So they get like snippy with you, and other big tables and booths will have like free swag and things they give out. You as a small time thing, like you can't afford to give things away for free, like however much you might want to. So you just aren't, you know, and like the staff aren't gonna give a crap about like treating you right or anything. But furry convention, smaller, more intimate, more about the independent creators, just generally a more welcoming environment in my experience, and pretty wholesome too. Like I know there's been like in the past,
I know people like go like, oh, but isn't there sexual stuff?
Isn't it all just like sex parties and everything? It's like if you want to go to one, I guess. But
I mean,
like,
if you want to, I guess you could. But
you can find that at
every convention. You can go to a business convention, which is all about stock options, and there will be some sex parties.
There will be a sex party,
rooms.
like any convention, you can find that, and like maybe off in a corner somewhere you'll find Bad Dragon, but that's like it's not all in your face all the time. It's like it's not like this hypersexualized like, you know, kink fest or something. It's just
you could go to panels about that, but they're pretty clear about what it is.
But you have to decide.
They're not going to hide that.
Yeah, you have to like actively decide that's the experience you want, if that's what you want. But it's not going to be like,
it's like it's a convention full of adults. What do you think is going to happen? It's really, I'd say, a lot less questionable than like if you look at like if you have a problem with that, then you might have a problem with like skimpily clad anime girls who are underage. I'd say that's like a little bit more questionable probably than adults doing consensual stuff. So
yeah.
Anyway, but that's not really why I'm there.
I've had to have the conversation with several people, because when I would say like when I would talk about furry stuff, but I'd have to mention not in the way you're thinking because I don't have suits and I'm not.
Yeah, neither do
incredibly
I.
into
Like,
suits.
yeah, it's like I draw animal characters, and that's kind of the extent of
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
And,
And
I know that's a lot of like
sure.
what other people in the community do too. They make plushes that are animals or things like that. It's
Yeah.
like, you know, it's a self-defined like delineation between furry and not furry. It's up to you.
Yeah.
But,
If you think of it as Animal Con, sort of, then I guess that is how it is for like a lot of people.
Like
Or like a
Anthropon.
werewolf con, except it's not just werewolf. Then there you go. So,
yeah.
A lot of people don't understand that it really doesn't have to be about sex
No.
or kink.
No,
Right.
and personally also, it's like, if that is your thing, that's perfectly fine. I really don't.
But
Yeah.
I think it has maybe largely lost that reputation too. That was like from way back, like was it Vanity Fair or something like that, who put out an article that was all about like made it sound so salacious and like
Yeah, because there are kinky people there, but it's like you could
Yeah,
go to any
but
convention,
you can
there's
find that
kinky
at a
people.
Trek convention. I mean, come on, like
Oh
there's
my
gonna be
God,
some
can
percentage
you?
of people who are there to hook up. So yeah,
I mean,
But,
at like Comic-Con, like there's a whole thing of booth babes where they have like scantily clad women.
yes,
You
I've
don't
been to
actually have
many.
that at a free con.
E3, I used to go to E3 all the time, and it was like there were points at which they banned the whole booth babe thing, and then there were also like years where it was like rife. It was just everywhere. It was just all sexualized, in your face, way worse than any furry convention I've ever been to. So yeah,
Much more commodified.
yes,
You know, that, I have a
Yeah.
problem with that. Commodified sexuality is kind of gross to me. If it's just people just
Yeah.
goofing off, it's like, yeah,
well,
it's
as a woman working in the game industry, like
Yeah.
the only other like most women at the con were like dressed like they
Yep.
were putting on quite a show, and you kind of feel like you don't belong there as like someone who's just wearing normal
Yeah.
person clothes and is there as a professional, and you are not going to be taken seriously. So
Yeah, if they're not worried about putting off a certain number of their customers because they're like, oh, we put this booth babe out here, they'll attract people. They're not thinking about who it'll put off.
no, they're
That says
definitely
a
not
lot,
thinking like
so-
their audience is not me in their eyes. So yeah, me or
Why don't-
anybody
why don't
other
we-
than a straight
Why
white
don't-
guy.
Why don't we ever get booth hunks?
Exactly.
Then that would
I
be
know.
great. It's like, look,
If
look,
there was-
look,
yeah,
I have no
I
problem
know.
with booth babes. Give me booth hunks. Let's get the whole spectrum. I want like A, B, C, D, E, F to Z and beyond. Get me
Yeah,
the entire
if we could be a
alphabet,
little more
please.
egalitarian about it,
Yeah.
and like that'd be fine. But yeah. Sir Wright is asking, what's the difference between the 1920s and the 2020s?
I think they had worse internet
I
in
mean,
the 1920s.
100 years of nonsense.
I
They
didn't
definitely had
exist.
worse internet in the 1920s. It had to be delivered by a
Antibiotics?
horse or something, right?
Yeah. It was like single horsepower.
A pony knocked at your door and handed you like a message, and that was a tweet.
It was like
You
singing
could tweet 'em up.
telegrams. They
Yeah.
could send each other.
The horse
yeah,
would
tele-
sing in the telegram. Yeah.
No, telegrams were very popular still. Yeah, but that was texting. Yep.
The horse is just like, now you didn't hear this from me, but I'm pretty sure this is Cindy talking trash.
Yeah, but I mean, if you actually really want to discuss all of the technological differences, gosh, there are many. Yeah, things changed quite a bit. But there are light bulbs that were on in 1920 that still work
Ooh.
today.
Got that
They
going
used
for
to, like, in case you didn't know, like the decision to make, if fundamentally like, disposable light bulbs was like actively decided by light bulb producing companies, like because they
Edison
couldn't make
himself
money
who was
because
like,
if you
yeah.
make a light bulb as well as you can make a light bulb, they last forever.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's basically like early planned obsolescence.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, medical technology has certainly come a long way. Obviously,
Yeah,
the
vaccines
digital
and
age came
antibiotics
upon
are
us.
some of
You know.
It's like of all the things that changed the world. I think vaccines and antibiotics probably had the biggest impact outside of maybe fertilization technology.
Yeah.
Like how to fertilize, how to like improve soil quality through artificial fertilizers, for better or for worse.
Yeah. I mean, like, both World War I and World War II saw enormous leaps and bounds in medical research and technology, because that's just, war has that side effect. You know, you have to figure out how to put people back together again. But, yeah. And then, of course, like, the invention of the computer chip, the microchip, had pretty big impact. And of course, you know, space exploration, satellites, space travel, our understanding of how genetics work, discovery of the DNA. I mean, they had a kind of an idea that they thought it was like proteins for a while that kind of like defined your genetic makeup, your you know, your blueprint or your data or what have you. But
it's like,
yeah, that
it's like I could see it. It's like, but they had to go further. It's like, it's not proteins. It's like what's making the proteins.
Exactly. Yeah. So. But I mean, they were on the trail of it for a while before they actually like finally.
It's like if you thought that atoms were a fundamental particle. It's like close, but not quite.
Yeah.
Oh, that was another thing.
Yeah, and then
like getting huge.
Yep.
Like, didn't Rocky talk about lasers in one of the comics? So, like,
yeah,
they were already like experimenting with lasers.
Einstein was on the trail of lasers and had published a paper in German about like basically amplified light, and that was what Rocky was referring to, and that ultimately ended up in like being the basis behind which laser technology came about.
When did traveling by air become like public commonplace?
A bit more mid-century. Like, yeah, you could like, there were planes in the 20s. Obviously, they had fighter planes in World War I before that. But yeah, I mean, considering that, what was it 1903 that the Wright brothers first flew, or
I do not remember, and I lived in the state that they did it in, so.
I think it was 1903. Yep. And if you consider like how far we went from like these guys like gliding a plane for like a kind of impressive distance, like this wobbly looking like biplane, like this
bike with wings,
to flying, like, you know, landing robots on Mars and flying into space and landing on the moon. It's like, it's pretty incredible when you think of how far, like, in that short period between 1903 and the 1960s, when like the space race was going on. It's pretty incredible that in one person's lifetime, not even their full lifetime, that we can go from. That's
they were experimenting with so many different ways of like other methods of energy transfer, basically, because it's like you get energy from the river or like spinning up a wheel or whatever, and they're like, hey, what if we like gasoline, diesel, that kind of thing was starting to come around. Coal was something that had been used for a little bit, but I just found that really interesting, like the number of ways in which people were really experimenting with what you could do with different sources of energy. It's fascinating. There was a steam-powered car.
Ooh.
There was a water car.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, steam power had been. Yeah, I mean, there were lots of experimentation.
There's a lot of like electric-powered stuff back then. You'd be surprised.
Different types of engines and things that people experimented with. Yeah, there were like there were electric vehicles that people had invented, but of course the combustion engine is what came out on top in terms of vehicular travel. Dicky Sauce says the revelation that radium didn't make you healthy was a good discovery too. Yeah, radium was for a time basically like the energy drink of the 1920s. They would put like radiated water was a thing, and they kind of sold it as like this tonic, this like health tonic thing. Like, it'll invigorate you and like it'll give you lymphoma and your jaw will fall off, but okay.
But you're gonna have a good work week.
Yeah.
What, didn't they also use mercury to treat stuff for a while?
Yeah, they use lots of like. I mean, but a lot of things that you can.
A tonic for a while.
Yeah.
You know, rather infamously in some cases.
Yeah.
Wasn't lead used as a sweetener at some point, at least in Greece? Or Rome?
Possibly. I mean,
yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Sir Wright says, "Did I just hear a parrot?" Yes, you did.
Yes. There are birds here. I live on an island of Blar.
Pat Meehan Winston says, "I think the absolute worst miracle invention was lead. They used it in everything and inadvertently increased violent tendencies." Yeah, well, I don't know that, but yeah, there's certainly some amount of intellectual deficit that can occur from exposure to lead paint and everything, and then asbestos was used everywhere for insulation. It's a very effective insulator, but I mean, I still have some in my house. My house is very, very old, and as long as you aren't, it's really when you tear it out of buildings that it becomes like a real health risk. But and lead paint is also pretty fine as long as you aren't eating it. But then it gets in the soil as it starts to peel off of houses and things. And last time I had to have parts of my house painted and then siding, vinyl siding, put up over the old clapboard, and they had to cordon off my yard as they did that because it was technically a lead hazard area, and the painter had to wear facial protection breathing mask stuff and everything. So yeah, they put lead all over everything, and it's everywhere now.
There was that kind
How
of
much
paint
lead?
that they used for wallpaper, green paint that was extremely dangerous if mold got to
Yeah,
it.
they made it.
Yeah.
They made green with arsenic, or certain green dyes with arsenic. So green wallpaper, don't lick it. And,
It's old,
yeah.
at least.
How much lead has Rocky been exposed to in his life?
Oh, probably quite a lot. I think most people in the 20s were probably exposed to more lead than they should have been.
It doesn't explain.
Maybe it explains some other. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that leads all the way up until well past the 20s, though. I don't know. There are certainly people still living who had, exposure to lead in commercial products. That
the way that some people act, I'm how much lead have you eaten? I'm
yeah.
not convinced that it hasn't been a significant part of your diet.
So Wright says, "I wonder how to live in the 1920s." Yeah, I don't know. It's something that fascinates me. I like to read I've got some books that are just written by. It's collections of little diary entries and memoirs of just everyday people writing about what their childhood was like and what everyday life was like, and that fascinates me a lot. That just little intimate look into what it was like growing up in a time where electricity was kind of new and indoor plumbing was kind of new, and you had to have a coal truck come and deliver coal into your basement so you could stay warm, and what it was like to have to either start up a wood burning stove or a coal furnace so you get up in cold weather.
This sweater is way too warm. It's actually kind of warm in here, so I'll be right back. You guys can keep talking.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, it's interesting to think about what it was like living in a different time, because it's just such a different set of things that were considered amenities and conveniences we certainly take for granted at this point in time. Cultural shifts that we didn't notice because they happened, later in our own lifetime or before we were born even. And it's easy to forget that women had only just gotten the vote in 1920, and not all women did that. Only some women were able to vote at that point. And of course, that segregation was still a thing, and it's almost unbelievable, but that's not so long in the past. That
is it. I've been told that in history books they make that era, the pictures of that era, black and white to make it seem like it was further away.
No, they generally were black and white, like most film that you can. But I mean, they do have some color photography from that period, but no, you didn't really start getting film was all filmed in black and white. It wasn't until the later in the 30s that you really started seeing some Technicolor films pop up, and photographs. You have lots of tinted stuff you might find from that period, and I think there's some rare examples of film footage that were taken in color, but yeah, it really was just not that common to have actual color photography.
Right. I meant the civil rights era and Martin Luther King and all that.
Oh, you mean mid-century? Yeah, that may be the case, that they try to make it look. But television largely. I mean, there were a lot of TVs and things that were still black and white. So if you're seeing maybe old television footage, but that's certainly a lot of that would have been filmed in color, and maybe they do that to make it seem further away than it was. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have a source. I just have Twitter. so take that for what you will.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah.
Hello.
Now I have bare arms. Scandalous.
My stars.
Oh my goodness. What
when
reveals...
did this become a whorehouse?
Scandalous. The right says, is Lackadaisy set in the Prohibition era? Yes, indeed it is. Yes. It is pretty much all about that. These characters are bootlegging alcohol because it wasn't legal.
I don't have to bootleg alcohol. I got it right here.
You can get the real deal.
Wine.
How old is Rocky? In the Canon comic, he is 22.
Oh, okay.
Going on 14.
Going on 6.
Yeah.
We'll get there one day.
He just Benjamin Buttons his way backwards somehow. I want to see a mature moment from Rocky. Would be very interesting though. What it would take to get him there. It's oof.
I feel like the closest he got was after he sustained a terrible head injury, and he was in the car and having kind of a somber moment.
Yeah, mask slipped off a little bit there.
He can't hide it.
Just brain damage him enough.
If he keeps getting hit in the head, he'll start acting like an adult, maybe. I don't know. That's how it works,
no, if that worked, then he would have been acting like an adult already.
That's Nina's theory.
Yeah, it's possibly.
Clearly,
That's why she's trying to punch some
Smack
sense
around.
into him. Yeah. Victor too, honestly.
Victor is his. How many dads does Rocky have at this point? Basically, reluctant dads.
I was just about to say, yeah.
Yeah.
I have to hop out,
Quite
but it was super fun to pop in, and happy birthday, Fable.
Thank you. Go eat some cake. Did you get some cake yet?
I did not, but I'll grab a piece.
Yeah, it's red velvet.
Nice.
Ooh.
I hope people are liking the camera. I know I haven't really done much of anything interesting yet. I've just been, checking over the line work, reinforcing it so that when I go over with the Inkwash, it's, good. But also I'm being a little bit of a coward.
I feel that.
Yeah. It's fine, I'll get over it in a second. I just gotta get to the point where I'm okay, I think that's good enough. Just trying to reinforce it all. I don't want to mess it up.
Cinnamon Pumpkin says,
incident.
"Who's Axel?" This is a commission Fable's doing for somebody.
Yeah. Not a Lackadaisy character. Just,
It's not a character, no.
Someone who commissioned me at Biggest Little FurCon, and I wanted to make sure that their commission was nice. I have like 3 others of these. So some of them are Inkwashes, some of them are watercolor. So this one's an Inkwash. So right now what I'm doing is I'm just kind of cleaning up the pencil work a little bit, so that it's a little bit more clear where I should put my washes. I'm not being very adventurous with this wash. Normally I'd go a little bit looser if I was doing something different, but I think in this case I just wanted it to be tight. I'm putting more of my effort into the pencil work because I want the composition to be really solid. Really, really, really wishing I had a kneaded eraser. I'll dig through my pencil bag again, see if I can't find it. Got a couple of these. Here's one. Just like afraid that the mice got to it somehow and chewed on it, and that's why I don't have it, because maybe it got disgusting and I just threw it away. Because a mouse pooped on it, and I was like, no. That's something I could see happening. Thankfully the mice aren't around anymore, I haven't seen them in a bit.
Good.
Yeah.
Pat Me and Winston says, "The story of how Prohibition came to be is the dumbest, pettiest series of events imaginable. Overly simplified, put it down pretty well." Nah, I mean, there's a whole ton of political, social, societal reasons why it happened.
There's the quick version, which sounds really dumb, but if you hear about like the real history as to why, it's actually really understandable why people started pushing for that. And
right.
a lot of that had to do with women being abused.
It had a lot to do with inequality among sexes and who could work and paid and be paid and be sustained on and who could own property and who could have credit and things like that, who could actually like operate within the system. And it was exclusively men who could and earn enough money to keep a family alive. And there was a real societal problem of drinking and saloons and people abandoning their families or being horribly abusive or wasting all of the family's money on alcohol and gambling and things like that. And meanwhile, other parent in the situation or the spouse or what have you would be unable to sustain the family in light of the other spouse being completely wasted and unreliable or just gone or in prison or someone who's going to daily or whatever. It
was a big systemic problem owing to the fact that women did not have a lot of autonomy for dealing with situations where their significant other was
they had no recourse to solve the problem or
they had nothing,
or to pick up the slack
you couldn't even divorce
walk away
quite often. So it's like if your husband was like just blew all his money and didn't spend any of it on you or the kids, like you'd be destitute and he would just be like blah, 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 and he'd face very few consequences. It would mostly fall on you. So the real solution would be make that not the case. But that's hard. So the easy solution was to ban alcohol, which wasn't a solution at all.
Right. Yeah. And then there were also issues like of course financial disparities. Like when people are poor, they don't have anything to do to keep them there's no happiness or joy or hope in life. They turn to substances to pass the time. You see it in communities today. Like a lot of drug use is very prevalent in economically downturned areas. Because people don't have much to do or look forward to. They're surrounded by crime and things, and they get wrapped up in it, and they start doing drugs because there's really not a lot else to do. I mean, they've done those mouse experiments too, where they find that kind of boredom, lack of opportunity, lack of things. The mice get addicted to things substances more readily. And so the kind of financial disparity that existed at the time was enormous, the Gilded Age, and leading up before Prohibition. And that also resulted in enormous drinking problems in the population. And then in addition to that, there were all kinds of xenophobic things too, and like anti-immigrant things, and like extremely anti-Catholic sentiment, extremely anti-Semitic sentiment, and things like that, and basically prohibition for some politicians was a way to like monitor these other populations, because if they're doing things that involve alcohol, like their religious ceremonies and stuff, we can then basically spy on them and keep an eye on them. It's like government oversight as used as like a threatening tool, and used as a means of like this sort of like white nationalistic identity protection. Like we got our eye on you. Yeah. Exactly. So there were political motivations. There were some people who were just genuinely like moralistic, like crusaders who thought, it's just like morally wrong to drink, and they just legitimately felt that way. And there were
the attitude
people
at the
who
time also was very much, if you were addicted to substances, it was like a personal failing. Also,
it was not understood. Not understood as a.
This was so different.
Yeah, it was not understood as like a. Yeah. It wasn't understood as a disease or disorder. It was just thought of as like a absolute like failing of your personality and moral, ethical downfall or whatever.
Some people would treat it as like, oh, you're just genetically bad or something. So
yeah.
Drinking. It's all kinds of bullshit. Just all kinds of bullshit. But yeah, that got tied up with like an actual serious issue that was going on, and
the temperance movement and the women's suffrage movement were pretty tied together, and there's reasons for that.
When you know what they were going through, you're like, I can see it.
Rachel says, "What are we talking about? We're talking about why prohibition happened." I mean, looking at it like at this point in time, and through a very distilled perspective, no pun intended. It's
no pun intended. It
does look very ridiculous, and like, why the heck? What kind of dumb thing was that? But it's like if you actually examine it, you can see like where it came from. It was a attempted solution to problems that truly did exist, but it was the wrong solution. Like, prohibitions tend to just create a like enormous avenue for criminals to operate in. And,
it's not the right solution. Like, there's a reason why people are using this stuff. And if you don't address the underlying reason,
you create you create an authoritarian environment where the government tells you what you can and can't do, and then you also create an area where like criminals become empowered and enriched, and and people suffer as a result because the products they are getting from these people are often toxic, poisonous.
Same with
for
them.
Unregulated.
Yeah, unregulated, exactly. It's like the government regulation. You don't want the government like spying on you because you might be drinking. You want the government saying maybe like, hey, this alcohol has to meet this kind of requirement to be like reasonably safe to consume. Like, we don't want people going blind or poisoning themselves or destroying their livers like after a single drink because they imbibed wood alcohol instead of grain alcohol.
Real men go blind from drinking.
Yeah.
Is that the new marker of masculinity? I'm not sure I can follow.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, I keep pretty in tune with those things. I get the newsletters and everything.
Only beta males.
I'm just in it for the articles. You know how it is. Yeah.
Alright, let's test this on a patch. Well, first I gotta wet my brush a little bit. Oh, right. Forgot I didn't fill this thing up yet. Okay. Gotta put some water in here. This is my blue cheese Tilton pot, which I bought this cheese mostly just for the pot. The cheese was really good too. I really like this cup. Yeah. I want to get another one. This is nice. It's nice to have. If I need to refresh my water, I might occasionally step out just to chuck this cup, so just letting you guys know that might happen. Just wetting my brush. that light enough? That'll dry pretty light. Give it a second so I can. I'm just testing a swatch over here. So I'm going to be cutting this out in such a way that it's all like one contained piece, because this is actually supposed to be a badge. So I'll be cutting it out and laminating it and like attaching a clip to it or something.
Ah.
Yeah. That's a fun thing actually about furry cons also, is that they will buy custom art at the table that they then walk around with and wear.
That is
Which is
very
really,
cool.
really
I like
cool
that.
when, yeah, it's really, really cool when you see somebody walking by with your art on their person. And they're like, yeah, this is my favorite badge. Like, people collect badges. It's like a whole thing there where they will go and be like, hey, you know, they like your work. They want to commission a badge. There's a lot of people who go to these cons. Also, they go to multiple cons, so it just becomes a thing. You're just collecting custom artwork. It's a whole convention where that's like a big part of it. So whenever people are like, oh, I'm not sure about these things, it's like, are you an artist? Then you might actually really enjoy yourself, even if you're not specifically into, I don't know, Judy Hopps. I was like, that's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Logan Hogg says, I'm a student with Vancouver Animation School, and my teacher, traditional Disney animator, recommended you. Amazing work. Hey, that's awesome.
Oh, cool.
Ooh, cool.
Quite an honor.
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is make sure that this paper is not bright. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to be applying like a thin wash to it. And that's going to like make it not bright white anymore, because if I don't do this, and while I'm doing coverage of like darker and darker colors, like there's like a little patch that hasn't been totally covered, it ends up looking kind of bad. So I like to take this from like the brightest color, it's paper color, and then just tone that down. Because otherwise I end up leaving like white patches in my work that I don't really like. I think it makes it look messy.
Pat Me and Winston says, what was it the morality groups used to say? Evil, thy name is liquor? Yeah, they termed things like rum, demon rum, and things like that. They would like...
That just, to me, that's such a...
That makes it sound awesome, but
I want some demon rum.
I want some demon
somebody, for my birthday, give me some demon rum.
But yeah, they basically
this
personified
bizarre
it, and like you'd see like political cartoons of like the devil with, offering the alcohol to unsuspecting young men and things like that.
Yeah, the devil's giving out free alcohol.
Oh, fuck
Yeah. Hell yeah.
If only.
AZ Sketches says, Tracy, do you know any trumpet bands in the US that were present during the 20s? I'm curious because I'm looking at getting a new mouthpiece, and it's a 20s French design from Dennis Wick. I mean, I don't know any like bands that were like strictly trumpet bands, but I mean, trumpet was an integral part of like the jazz band of the era. Probably the best known person would be Louis Armstrong at that time. Satchmo. I think is it King Oliver? I want to say sometimes trumpet. That was like the Louisiana sound, basically. That like that kind of defined like that southern jazz sound. Who else?
Something to back my picture on, because I'm realizing that the paper's gonna curl.
Bix Bieterbeck, who I think was a clarinetist and a trumpet player. Very popular. Like did the Felix the Cat theme. Lots of other very popular things at the time. I mean, there's a lot of famous trumpet players came out of that era.
Yeah, just look it up. Famous trumpet players. You'll find them.
20s, 1920s jazz trumpet players. 20s and 30s, yeah, you'll find lots of.
No shortage.
Yeah.
I kind of wish we could. I know it's not lucrative to do this anymore, but I wish I could have experienced like just going to a movie theater and seeing the newest Bugs Bunny cartoon.
That.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It is kind of interesting to think of how all those cartoons that we largely grew up on as children were actually like bumper material in a theater between like feature films and things like.
Yeah.
Like people would go to a cinema, would go to a movie palace. They called them palaces at the time.
Ooh.
To basically do TV watching. What it eventually
Yeah.
became a thing you did at home, but you'd watch the news there. Then you'd watch like short PSAs. You'd get your news there. You like newsreels. You'd watch like a short like thing like a cartoon, and you'd watch like a double feature film thing or whatever. Yeah, it was like a event to go to the theater and just like sit and watch things.
I like that. I like going to the movie theater.
Yeah, it seems to be something that's like dying out at this point. Seemed like it would be a forever thing, but I kind of wonder how much more. I don't know. It's almost becoming
I think it's
a
like the theater becomes
novelty.
like increasingly,
Like,
yeah,
it
becomes
becomes
like a novelty thing.
Yeah,
Over time, it's just probably how it's gonna go.
because it's just so easy to get everything at home now. It's like
Yeah. I never, because I don't live out west, but I never got to go to the ArcLight, and I would have liked to at one point.
I think it got actually
But,
bought out or something. So
do you
I
think that there's
like
a chance it's coming back?
Well, I think there was like wasn't there a director who actually bought it to try to keep it?
I don't know.
There was like a theater that was about to shut down, and then I don't know, somebody very famous was like, "I'm buying that," then, and so it's not shut down, something like that.
Huh.
There's so many theater nerds out here. It's LA.
Yeah.
The shutting down of a theater is like mourned.
Yeah, I had a lot of what's the term? I guess just classmates who are living out there now because film kids. And when that announcement happened, all of them were pretty bummed.
Yeah. Film kids. When you're a theater
Patmian
kid, but
says-
antisocial.
oh. Do any of you guys have collections of assorted things?
Dead things? Do dead things count? I got a lot of dead things.
I have
You
some
wanna- you wanna see
1920s
something like
things.
dead things?
I have
here,
books.
let's see.
Yeah.
I got
Oh god,
dead
I have
things.
tons of books. Oh my god.
Here,
Yeah.
here is a possum. Here's a possum. I got like a cat jaw somewhere, but I don't want to get up too far. Here is my wolf skull. You can see how much bigger the wolf is than the possum, and some other key differences. Like, possums actually have like a lot of teeth, but they're all like really tiny. They're tiny little shreddy molders. And then if I turn the wolf on its side, fewer teeth, but chonky.
Yeah.
Will eat. That's really cool.
That enormous crest along the top of the skull for like the
Puppy.
masseter muscle attachment.
Oh god, I love this thing. I want to get more skulls like so. I have part of a bobcat skull. I've got a cat jaw. I've got this possum skull. I would like to get more. I know that Ash has a hyena skull. I think it's just a replica.
Cool.
Like dead things. I got some skins.
Saria says, God, I just want to collect an absurd amount of plushes.
That sounds.
Philip says, Tracy, will there ever be a Lackadaisy web series after the short film? That depends on the reaction to the short film, by and large. If it
Depends
does
on
well,
support.
it depends on how much support and how much interest from audience basically there is in seeing more. And if we can gather that support, then we can make more things. But if it falls short of being able to like self-fund more things, then we can't. So we'll see. I hope so.
That's certainly our
Aaron-
goal. Yeah.
Aaron says, I want to go to a furry con someday. I feel it would be absolutely fun. I would encourage you to go. Yeah, I think it is pretty fun. I'd say maybe if COVID is of concern, and it maybe should be, you might wait until later,
FurryCon
like
out of-
maybe this.
FurryCons
Coming
out of
spring or
all
summer?
conventions would be the safest to go because
Yeah,
they're
I
already
mean,
in
most people
masks.
are already wearing masks, but
They're also among furries. You're not going to have a
And
whole
they're
lot
also
of people.
they're not
defying-
anti-maskers, anti-vaxxers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
they're just not that
The
type.
kind of
so
furries
yeah.
who would be are not the kind that go to conventions. While I was there,
Yeah.
there was not a single person who was a member of the convention who wasn't masked. The only people I saw who weren't masked were assholes who were normies at the casino. That was it. Like, it was just normies who were there to gamble. They weren't part of the convention at all, which was a very small percentage of people at least. But the ones who were not masked were the rudest people I've ever encountered, ever. Like, you say, hey man, you gotta put your mask on, and one guy literally went, blah, 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 to me, and I was like, what are you, 8? And he was in front of his children who were 8 and like 6. I was like, can you imagine your dad going, blah, 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 to some stranger over nothing in front of you? You think you'd die. We're like, oh my god, my father is the cringiest human being on the planet, and not in a good way.
And he's at a casino.
And he's at a casino, so you know he's not going to be at his best.
That moment when you realize your dad's a normie.
Infinite Infinite Sky says, this character is so cute. Who is he? He is a character called Axel that it's a commission Fable's doing for somebody from BLFC.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally these are animation streams or something, but today it's a traditional media stream because we have to feed ourselves, and so we do commission art on the side.
Well, in this case, like, the major reason why I took these commissions was so that I could treat my crew while they're at the convention to, like, a nice meal and not have them pay for a hotel.
Aw.
Because, yeah, well, you know, they're doing me a favor. I'm gonna try
Yeah.
to, reciprocate the best way I can. I told them, I was like, yeah, you can just, like, wander around, do what you want. Like, it's really just a good time for you. Like, I really didn't want to ask much of them, but they pretty much sat at the table with me the entire time. They were very sweet.
They were very supportive, yeah.
Mhm.
We have a awesome team of people working on this thing, which I'm forever grateful for, so... Kiros Maria says, Tracy, did you watch Michael in Murder Drones? What did you think? I haven't seen all of it. I think I think I watched the trailer.
I saw him
haven't
retweeting
seen
it, but I
the
haven't
full.
seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's like super popular right now. It did really well,
Oh,
so
cool.
that's congratulations
I
to them.
saw a little clip of his voice acting in that, and I was like, that's pretty good. I like that. I like watching what our crew members have been involved in, like either short films they're making or other projects they're voicing in, anything that any crew member is doing. Just seeing, because I'm just curious. It's like, what do you do outside of this? you know? And I get really proud if there's like something really awesome. I'm like, yeah, I know that person. Cool. I just get really excited for other people's success.
Kiros says, I only have living dogs and cats. Yeah, same. Well, I actually
have a
I
lot of
love
living
skulls and
animals,
bones,
too.
but I have I collect mostly living cats. The
I'm
live
the
ones,
one with
you know.
dead cats, sadly. I like a living cat, just not right now.
Yeah, it's a responsibility. The dead ones take
Yeah.
less, time and
They're
attention.
slightly less effort.
I still somehow
I have chickens
find.
and parrots and a dog instead.
Did you say carrots?
Parrots.
Parrots. You said parrots. I'm sorry.
Carrots. My pet
I was
carrot.
like, yeah, I mean, those are living.
I mean, you can have a pet plant. How is a pet plant not
Yeah.
a pet, if you think about it?
Exactly.
It's a living it's a
Exactly.
living thing.
I love
You can have
time
a
lapse.
pet rock, you can have a pet house plant.
And that's
Good night,
a rock
Daisy.
Night. Nice.
I collect hats.
Oh yeah. Hey Jay.
I've
See you come
seen
in.
cats as well.
Hello.
Hey Jay.
Yes, Jay has quite a collection from all over the world.
Yeah,
Of
at one
hats?
point, I would buy a hat from every country or place I visit if they have something significant. That's my what do you call that? Souvenir from the area.
Neat. I like that.
Yeah, and he's been to a lot of places, so he has a lot of hats.
I'd love to go to places.
What a concept.
Yeah.
All right.
Especially in this year, 2021. Travel?
Oh, what?
Most I've traveled was to Biggest Little Furcon. That was the biggest thing I did, travel-wise. That I actually went out of the state. Wow.
Toon Kid says, "Are there any furcons or any cons in general that keep registered sex offenders out?" I don't know. I know.
I mean, I think if they
I know
find out that you are,
if they find out,
you're
like,
not allowed. Yeah.
usually the furcons are pretty responsive if like people are reporting somebody for being like a sex pest or like a real creep or something. Like they disinvite that person, or if they're like actively promoting Nazi bullshit or something online, they're like, "Yeah, you're not invited." Please don't show up.
More responsive than most communities that I
Yeah, a lot of
yeah.
It becomes a thing with cons, but furry cons have a pretty good reputation for being no nonsense about it, just being like, "Nope, you aren't coming. Sorry."
Mm-hmm. They're
pretty
just by their
unequivocal
nature, very
about
queer friendly, like extremely.
Yeah.
And I think it's also because like a lot of the experiences of the people who are in that community, they tend to be very not fans of any form of abuse. So, I mean, it's not like there aren't people there that you might find kind of off-putting, but I'd say that they're in the minority, like extreme minority. And frankly, I see less and less of them each time I go to a con.
Yeah, I've honestly not had an issue. I've had an issue at comic conventions with creepy people, but at fur cons I actually have not, so.
Yeah.
I feel very lucky that the most I've had to deal with creepy situations is just from a like, just like a how do I put this? I'm never like creeped out to the point where I'm extremely uncomfortable and I would very much like to not be near this person anymore. It's always just been like, I think I'm gonna go over there. You're weirding me out, dude.
And thankfully, most people I've chatted with, like, the worst thing you could say about them is that they're socially awkward.
Yeah.
And like, that's not a bad thing. That's just something you deal with, that doesn't make you a bad person.
It can be hard to
coming out
like
to a convention. They're definitely making an effort, so you can't be too critical. Yeah.
And it can be hard to like know how to navigate awkward social situations.
Oh yeah. So yeah, it's nice. It's one of those spaces where I've seen socially awkward people, and they're like, this is one of the places where they feel like they can go and not be judged for being that.
Yeah.
You can just like go and have a good time and, chat with people and meet up with friends and do, normal things.
Yeah.
That can be really tough if you deal with like a heavy amount of anxiety and, haven't had a lot of chances to interact with people because of that. So.
Yeah. Because I feel like at a con, you've already got a conversation starter, like some common interest to start from to talk with.
Yeah. Exactly.
Ryan TV Channel 13 really wants us to know that the movie ruined Dear Evan Hansen. I believe it. I believe that the stage play was probably maybe a better incarnation for it. Like, TV adaptations, movies are not necessarily like the pinnacle of representation of a certain piece of storytelling or what have you, although we tend to view it that way because it's maybe the kind that gets the most exposure. Like, it's not always the most ideal way to tell a story, so.
Yeah. I think it's like at the I don't know, maybe I'll get some flack for saying this, but I feel like movies are the easiest form of media to consume and like understand it on a thematic level because it gives
They
you a
are
lot
very
of like
digestible.
auditory.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
digestive.
Yeah.
It's digestible. We are, you know, largely like we can passively take in like visual stimuli in a way that yeah, it makes it more accessible, but isn't necessarily like yeah, like it's the most prestigious, I guess, because the most people will see it that way, but it's not that doesn't make it like, you know, the best art form or the, you know,
Right. Yeah.
No, it's
the
just another
even the
medium.
ideal. Yeah, exactly.
And I say this as a filmmaker. It's like, no, it's just another medium.
Yeah.
Like,
Rachel wants to
It
know,
sounds
is this going to be black and white? The art here is, yeah, I think it's just
it's
a
just a
wash,
wash,
right?
this
Is
one.
the yeah.
yeah. So yeah, this is gonna keep very simple.
Kira also says, sorry, if you smell or act like an incel or creep, I'll judge you deeply. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't think that was the what
No.
Fable and Keaton were talking about. It was
No,
more
there's a difference between
like,
being a creep and being socially awkward. Like,
yeah, that
not
there's
knowing
the
how to
yes,
interact
there's
with people is one thing. You know, actively, you know, making people uncomfortable, like viewing them
right.
as, like,
Mhm.
Yeah, if you're
objects
creeping
to
on
be
people
whatever,
and making them
yeah.
feel threatened or uncomfortable, or you're making
Yeah.
advances at them that they do not want, that's a whole other thing from
Yeah.
like just being
Yeah.
a little
That-
bit like
and like that doesn't require
awkward.
being socially awkward. Like a lot of very socially competent people do that. In fact, I'd say
yeah,
a
exactly.
lot of
Yes, it's
very
not
socially
necessarily
competent people, they're
correlated.
not dumb.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing.
Lou H says, greetings from the UK. Hello. Lackadaisy just made me look up a tutorial on the Charleston. Hey, neat.
Yeah. Nice. Good luck with that. It's like a fun dance.
Is it Siege 005? Or I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Says, first time I'm watching Inkwash get made. It's very calming to watch. Yeah, it is.
It's a very soothing.
Natural media
Watercolor
tends
is
to
very
be.
soothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is good vibe stream.
Thoroughly enjoy physical art.
Yeah.
I unfortunately haven't had a lot of time to do it on my own lately. But I love getting lost in like ink texturing.
Mm-hmm.
Just doing repetitive, like if you've got like say some armor, like some chainmail for instance, and you gotta draw a lot of the chains or a lot of the parts of the chains. I kind of really
Yeah.
like that repetition.
Yeah, like I like hatching is really fun. That's one reason why I like pen and ink so much.
Yeah.
Hatching is fun. Like painting scenery is really fun. Like just trying to capture a whole environment, messing with colors.
Toon says fiscal art? No, physical art, I think is what.
Oh,
like
yeah.
as in like tangible natural media as opposed to digital.
I wish I knew how to
Fiscal
physical
art.
art.
Yeah.
That'd be neat.
Unless that means NFTs, I guess.
Oh yeah, no,
Let's
not
not get
that.
started on that again.
Yeah, we've I think burned ourselves out on the.
Yeah.
Don't get me started either. I
yeah.
once I learned
Oh, yeah, the
what
NFT rants.
exactly it takes to make like a Bitcoin or a cryptocurrency, I got so angry, and I was just like, "That's so stupid." And their justifications for it were just so like, "Well, it's gonna happen anyway, so you might as well be on board." And it's like, "No, you rely on us to do it. If we don't do it, you don't." I'm gonna stop.
Yeah. It's you can see why I was like I have to stop myself because like I will
Yeah.
go straight into that mode as well.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Fury.
Let's not. I want to feel good right now.
My crypto Fury.
Yeah.
Boo,
crypto. Yay, cryptid.
Yeah.
Firestar Rusty says, "Hey, it's my birthday too. Happy mutual B-Day."
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Firestar Rusty.
Happy birthday, friend. Thank you.
We have one of our Lackadaisy community mods is also a November 6th birthday. It's November,
January,
right?
Oh my god!
Is it January? I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
We're about
could
to
you
say
imagine?
Time. What is it? I don't know.
No.
But yeah, November 6th is also Knox's birthday. So shout out to Knox, who often does our moderating here. But
Knox.
as it is his birthday, I think he had to go do like family things.
Birthday
So
thing.
yeah.
My sister's birthday was 2 days ago.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna give this a chance to dry now, so I can layer it. Because otherwise, I'm gonna get more splotches like this.
Simon
Pair this.
says, "Can someone recommend me books of how to draw stuff?"
I got one.
Okay.
Sure, go for it.
Hang on, let me grab it off my shelf so I can get the author's name right.
I've got
It's
this
called-
really
Yeah, go on.
fabulous. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I've got some really fabulous anatomy books. I need to dig up and like find the titles of them. But I also would say like Andrew Loomis is kind of like really old. I think his books were like from the 50s or 40s. Like just kind of construction drawing stuff.
God, the
Like
internet
hands
loved
and
this guy.
faces and
They're
animals.
Like, if you
and...
were drawing like Loomis, you were bad.
Oh well, you don't have to draw like him to be
No.
like, but it's good educational material. It's like as far as like
yeah.
how to draw books go, I think it's some of the best. And you can find his stuff for free. Like just it's LOOMIS. Like people have made PDFs. They've like scandalized all of it. So scandalized.
Scandalized.
Not scandalized, but yeah, it's out there. It's easy to find.
I've got
But also,
Nomad Rialta
there's
asks,
there's lots.
does
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Nomad Rialta asks, does Tracy draw an entire Lackadaisy page herself, or does she have assistants now? I wish she had assistants. I keep asking her if I can help.
I do all the comic art. I do myself. That's just a me thing. Yeah. I wish I had ways I could incorporate other, if I could make it faster, but I don't know how to do that. Given my workflow, it's not easy to like fit other people into it. Because I don't do that like very step-by-step thing that a lot of comic makers do, where you do your pencils, then you do your inks, then you do your color flats, then you do your effects and speech bubbles and lettering and everything. And I don't do it step by step like that.
Thank you, Ryan Hartweld, for the $5. Who says,
Oh,
Happy
thank you,
birthday,
Ryan.
Fable. Just want to show my support and hope things are going well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Tom Bancroft got into NFTs and I'm so upset. Oh no, did he?
Oh.
Toon Kid says, what's an NFT? Yeah.
Let's not, like I said,
It's
let's
crypto
not
crap.
get into it.
It's just
Yeah.
crypto crap. You can
Let's
find out. There's
talk about it.
Yeah, there's YouTube videos you can look up. Is it?
Yeah, I'd say if you're curious, Ro Ramden had a very funny comedy piece about crypto and NFTs that you can look up. It's hilarious.
You got to prepare yourself to be angry though if you want to go find out what they are. Either angry or confused. All frustrated.
Yeah, if you come out after the explanation of what an NFT is thinking, this doesn't make any sense, then it's probably, that's what it is.
And
It
you
doesn't
read
really
that
make any
correctly.
sense. Yeah.
Oh, this is fun. Speaking of scams, Aaron Kennedy asks, how susceptible is Rocky to scams?
It depends. I mean, if it's like playing on some weakness of his where he wants to be kind of, I don't know, he's fairly desperate in some ways, and so I think if someone like realized that and took advantage of that, like he might get suckered into something that had like a sense of like, you know, family about it or something, sense of
Rocky
belonging,
would get into
like
MLMs.
cultish, like a cultish sort of thing. Like, he might you know, if someone was like patting him on the back, telling him he's doing great, and they really need him, and this and that, and he's a, you know, valued part of the team, and that kind of thing. I think he might be susceptible to, especially at his lowest points. But I mean, that's kind of where he's at. He's like working for a speakeasy, risking his life for booze. So I mean, and then he's got his, then he went and like got his cousin wrapped up in it too, which is very MLM of him. Like, hey.
Rocky selling essential oils. Like, I know we just
it's not a get rich quick scheme for him though. Like, he doesn't even care about the money. It's just like he needs to be needed. So he's, you know. But yeah, he got Freckle into selling essential oils.
Freckle can't say no. He's just getting all this crap bitched at him.
There's gunfights and shootouts involved, but you know, it's basically.
Oh, what MLM is this? I want to know more.
So are you saying that in modern days Rocky would be a Scientologist completely not of his own volition, just in terms of like wanting to feel needed?
He might have been a little skeptical of like the Scientology's tack of like I don't know. But yeah, he might, like anything that kind of like it's kind of roped him in as like, you are family and we are, you know.
So maybe
I think the Scientologist would probably kick him out pretty quick though.
But yeah, I mean, most God.
That's how he can't get too sucked into anything. It becomes a disaster that takes the scam down instead.
Was it the e-meter or whatever they used to like?
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah,
they
try to do an e-meter on Rocky. It'd be hilarious.
Oh my god. Be like, the needle be pegged one way or the other each time. Just,
Rocky trips over the Scientology.
You got too many feet.
Off with
Rocky
it,
too many
and
feet.
just crack. Yeah. Rocky is entirely thetans, actually. He's just like about like 3 thetans in a coat.
Oh my god. Trying to get into a movie. He trips and accidentally disconnects the Scientology servers and it all falls apart.
Rocky joins the cult. They try to do the food thing where they like go like, oh, you can't eat this or that or that. And it's like, it doesn't work. He just somehow has candy at all points. They're like, damn it, you're not supposed to have this. We told you.
Why is there candy and pancakes in your pocket?
Well, I ran out of room for the third thing.
Yeah.
The Snickers wouldn't fit.
Ryan says, have you seen the Adult Swim video, Come and Learn with Pibby? It looks pretty epic. It sounds familiar.
I've heard people talking about
I've seen lots of...
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen it. I feel like I just saw a promo, unless it is just a promo at this point.
Yeah, I think they're just... I don't think it's actually out yet, but it's coming soon.
It's a pretty cool concept. I have no idea what their budget is, though.
Interesting. But yeah, I tend to like Adult Swim original stuff. I love all the Alan Resnick stuff. Oh my god, that stuff's like so weird and addictive.
I like how Adult Swim does everything like super late into the night, so it could either be an actual TV channel or just a fever dream that you had.
Yeah, exactly. Like that unedited footage of a bear. Too many cooks and
Jack Stauber's what's it called? I forget it, but it's so good. Opal.
Oh yeah, Opal's great. Yeah, that's so weird.
I love Opal.
Yeah. Toon Kid says, "Isn't Scientology like a cult?" Yes, it is like a cult.
It just might not be the type of cult that Rocky would fit into. I
Have-
guess.
just encourage Rocky to join any cult and watch the cult collapse very quickly.
Rocky is hired by special ops to just take out cults.
Rocky's actual secret talent.
He
is,
doesn't
like,
know that he's a
utilized by
double
the
agent.
FBI.
Yeah. Oh my god, it'll be like the Mr. Bean. Well, he wasn't Mr. Bean, but that spy movie Mr. Bean
Oh,
was in.
Johnny English or whatever.
Yeah. Where he just oopsies himself into success.
Kodo says, I like the draw style of Lackadaisy. Thank you. This is a Fable currently doing art here.
Yeah, hi. Not Tracy's hand. Nope.
Yeah.
I'm letting this dry a little bit before I put it
Ryan
back
says, I think
later
he'll
on.
be more into the Cult of Cthulhu, if anything.
Oh my god, yes.
They'll take him.
I mean, yeah, I guess he keeps drinking that space coffee.
That's been my favorite of all the bonus comics things.
Very saturated areas over here, like where the wash was starting to lift. I was like, okay, I gotta let this dry before I keep going, because otherwise you'll get spots like that where it's not gonna like evenly apply, and then it will start to look like garbage. Don't want that. Like there's already a few repair spots I don't know what to do.
Fable, are you using the C920S for your camera?
No, this is a Brio. This is a Logitech Brio. Yeah, I ended up just getting a new camera because I wasn't really... I messed around with the C920 a lot, but there was like a core problem that automatically made it like not great. The field of view was so tight that you'd only be able to see this much of my desk, basically. Like it was like it had a ridiculously tight field of view. The Brio can go up to 90 degrees. Yeah, I think it's about at 90 right now. Could check with Logic Capture, but running virtual cameras into streaming or other virtual cameras just results in like image degradation. I wish that the OBS had like a way of controlling field of view in its camera control setup, but it doesn't. But I think this might be the whitest it gets. Like, got like a... I think actually if I backed up the camera a little bit more, you guys could see more of my desk, what's going on here. So you can see, like, there's my wash, there's some of my birthday cards I got, there's an unfinished painting, my phone, my water cup, some Advil, water,
Yeah, Advil.
Yeah. Woo! Advil! Who here drinks Advil? Drinks Advil. Yes, that's the word that I want.
What's your favorite flavor of Advil?
Neutral.
Ah. Solid.
There we go. Yeah. Alright, so this is turned down a little bit more just so you guys can like this is about the edge of my desk, and a little bit is being cut off by the panel, but it's fine. Hey there, Mr. Rocky. Yeah, I saw that song, Pie. That's really well done. I was like, that is adorable. Ah. Did you saw that, right, Tracy?
Oh yeah, I love that. I think someone
Catchy.
put it up on
Did they put it up
YouTube
on
recently.
YouTube yet?
Yeah, I think it is there. Let me see if I can find it. It's very catchy. There it is. I'll link it in the...
I want to hear this.
It's very cute.
The link's in streaming chat too.
listening to some hot jazz now. It's like I wanted good vibes music.
Roberto says, what kind of jobs would the Lackadaisy crew have if they were living in the present day?
Rocky as an Instacart driver.
I mean, I could certainly see him doing something that required him moving around a lot, because, yeah, I don't think he definitely would not thrive in an office environment. Too much energy. Can't sit still. I mean, honestly, he should have gotten into theater, probably.
There wasn't like a good theater crowd near him growing up, so he never learned that he could have been
Yeah,
a theater kid.
not every place has
Yeah.
a, you know,
The most
Does
theater
he,
community.
does
without
he
being
get
in
into
theater.
theater at all? Like
he'd have
he
to,
was the circus, but
he'd have to like, yeah, he'd have to like join one of those municipal theaters, like,
yeah, not sure. His
like a
area really
repertory.
had one growing up. Did it?
yeah.
Actually, that's a good question. Was there near him?
No, he was not. He was not. Didn't really have access to like a.
Has Rocky like gotten into theater at all? Since
No.
It's like
But he should have.
he should.
Seems like it would be his scene, honestly. Like
He'd find people who would accept him. They feel like, oh hell yeah, this guy can do any part.
he found his people.
Rocky does Shakespeare would be very entertaining.
Freckle would be like in construction or landscaping or something. Just like
Freckle as a gardener would be very cute.
yeah,
Aw.
he's a little handyman, worker bee guy. Take out his frustration on the weeds and
All the just overly clips like their rose bushes instead of like, you know,
yes,
head.
you're severely trimmed back shrubs.
He's got the face. And it turns into one of those bush sculptures from Edward Scissorhands.
Topiaries, yeah.
That sounds pretty good.
Topiary therapy.
Nina's like, my roses!
Oh my god. That should be a thing. Topiary therapy.
Yeah.
I would love it. Give me a machete, I wanna go.
Give me a machete. Don't ask why.
That reminds me of like one of my friends, Tina, was over. Oh, sorry, Grandma. Later. When my that sounded so bad. I promise I'll call my grandmother back. But one of my friends was over, and she was like, "Oh yeah, you know this would be really easy if you had like a butane torch. You have one, right?" And I was like, unfortunately no. And Ash turns to me and is like, "Why would you need a butane torch?" And I was like, "For projects, obviously."
Activities.
Activities.
Soulfur says, I barely got into digital art. Got any tips about certain apps? What apps do you use or want to use? I think probably most common among digital artists is like Clip Studio and Photoshop, for better or worse. But there's other ones too, like GIMP and does Fire Alpaca still exist?
I think so.
But yeah, I mean, it's a little hard to give like basic, like generic tips. But if you have like specific questions, feel free to ask.
I like Clip
Depends on what you
Studio
want to
'cause I
do,
felt
also.
like
Yeah, it depends on whether you're painting or like inking or something, or if you need to do a lot of like graphic design stuff, and you need vectors. You'd probably look at something different than like a program that mostly specialized in raster art, like painting and. Rocky trying to organize flash mobs. Yeah, that'd be the flash part is the part I'd be worried about because something would explode, I'm sure.
I imagine it's just him, and he didn't tell anybody else about it, and he just assumed that other people would join in.
he assumed his enthusiasm would be contagious, but that it wasn't.
Spends the night in jail.
Yeah.
Somebody was enthusiastic about his performance, just not in the way he had hoped.
Yeah.
It's like criminal level enthusiasm. Yeah, Mitzi has to keep bailing him out of jail. Does Rocky ever cry? Asks. Kira Usada. Yeah, I would say he does.
He seems like a very emotional guy, so...
He's
Yes.
Yeah, he's an emotional roller coaster. I don't think he generally lets people in on his not bouncy happy side so often, but yeah, it's definitely there. Ivy would be some sort of Instagrammer. Yeah, Ivy would be trying to be an influencer. I don't know if she'd be successful at it, but someone a while ago suggested that she'd be a VTuber, and I'm like, yeah, probably. Ryan Hartwell says, I can see Rocky perform in Midsummer Night's Dream. Yeah, that would definitely be his jam.
I'd love Rocky's rendition of Hamlet, but he just keeps a smile on the whole time, and the director's just like, can you...
This is serious.
Yeah.
Can you please take it serious?
This is my serious smile. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. This Hamlet guy's a bucket of laughs. No, Rocky.
Eh.
He is very melodramatic, so, I mean... Sabrukji says Krita, and Bowtie says Paint Tool Sai. Yeah, there's those other... and Crystallis Topia says Procreate. Yep, all those are free or cheaper than Photoshop. So.
Indeed.
Yeah. Clip is not free, however I will say that it is so cheap that it's very much worth it. It's like... And you get free updates forever. And you can install it on, I think, like 2 or 3 computers.
They also run the occasional deals, so.
Yeah,
so you can
they
get
often
half
are
off quite frequently.
Yep. If it's for sale, you wait for a sale and you'll get a pretty significant discount on it, so. So Right says, I just followed all of you on Twitter. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. And
Clip
also
Studios.
asks...
Sorry,
go ahead. Go ahead. The unrelated question.
Oh, okay.
So,
I was just gonna say Clip Studio is so cheap that I accidentally bought it twice.
I need to upgrade mine to the... Like, you can buy, like, the basic version, which is really very cheap. I think it's, like,
So
40 or 50 bucks.
And for
and
most
it's
people, it's totally fine. Like, the
Yeah.
the
If you're not
more expensive
animating-
version has
Yeah,
few
if you want-
features that yeah.
Yeah, it's like the comic organization, comic page organization, and the animation features are more built out in the more expensive version. But if you don't need that, if you're just painting, then
Yeah.
Nope. yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't like close off pretty much any of the features. There's just like maybe a handful of things that are the difference between those two. So you can totally just, if you get it on half off sale, I think it's all like $20 for the basic version. $40 without the discount. Then it's like $80 on discount or something for Clip Studio EX, and I think it's just a little bit over $100 if not. And you have a perpetual license. It's not a subscription, or it's not a yearly. It's not an annual fee even. You just have it. So.
Yep. Surite says, "Who likes Starbucks?" I don't really have any strong feelings about it. It's good for like when you're at conventions and you need coffee all the time, but I find it generally overpriced for like mediocre coffee, so I don't patronize it so much personally.
I do not drink coffee, but I like cake pops.
There you go. Yeah, it does have good like pastry thingies. They're like chocolate eclair thing is really good.
Yeah.
I'm texting my grandma so she knows that I wasn't just ignoring her because.
Oh. The Wage says, "There is no fiddle solo in Hamlet." There is
Rocky would
now.
make one. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Who keeps giving him his fiddle back?
Look, it keeps him still. That's the stillest you can make him.
Yeah.
That's like
Aaron,
his
can you
security
say-
blanket.
Yeah. Does Rocky ever go busking? Oh, absolutely, yes. He certainly would have used that to survive on
violence
at
for.
points.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anytime you see me drawing him in like his big winter coat with his baggy pants and cap with the violin case, I've kind of like imagined that's what he'd be doing, is mostly busking. And
It's really cute. I think the
busking
suit
and spending time with pigeons.
Yeah. The
Aw.
suit makes him look older, but when he's like in that big overcoat, he looks very young. It's like, oh no. Baby.
He's
Do
just
you
a
think-
baby busker.
Someone give cocoa to this boy. He is cold. Look at him. It is but 50 degrees and he's wearing this giant coat. He has no body fat.
Got like one eye going in the other direction.
Yeah.
It's
He
like,
doesn't
what are
get
you
his
talking about? I'm
pancakes.
fine.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
It's just like you actually can't
His
get
eyes
too much
go
of the sugar
all
along with him.
wonky.
That's actually what happened in that one comic when he was like teasing Zib. He just let go of one eye.
You have to like concentrate to keep them pointed in the same direction. Patman says, "I am imagining Rocky entering an Alice in Wonderland costume party and deliberately trying to be seen as anyone but the Cheshire Cat." Yeah, I guess he. He could be a Mad Hatter, maybe. Mad Hatter, Cheshire Cat crossover.
He tries to dress as the Queen of Hearts. He still gets asked if he's like the Cheshire Cat. No, obviously I'm not. I mean, look at the dress and the hearts and the red.
Yeah.
It's like, well, Cheshire Cat was kind of red.
Toon Kid said,
Purple
"What would
was red at
Freckle?"
one point.
Oh yeah. What would Freckle and Ivy's dates be like, or is that a spoiler? They would be probably fairly awkward, as
What do you mean currently
Yeah.
they're on the date?
I mean-
The date is let's go pick up some booze.
let's pick up some
That's
booze.
a date.
It's very romantic. Yes.
They have
Well,
very
Ivy
different
made a
opinions.
date of it. She like dragged him into the truck.
She sure did.
Um,
It's like, damn, girl. God.
Chris Ellis says, I also just started using Clip Studio. Cool, what do you think of it? I find the brush engine quite nice. It's just like, yeah.
There's someone who made some brushes for Clip Studio that act like micron pens, and I thoroughly enjoy them.
Nice.
The other great thing is you can find a lot of resources that the community has just made, like, for free.
Yeah. Even the paid brushes are really, really good.
Yeah.
I have the Dob set and the Friendin set, and those guys, like, you buy their sets once, and they update it for free forever. So,
Ooh.
I think, no, not in their case, but I know for some people, like, you can just, like, choose your price to buy a brush. It's up to you to decide the price. And,
Yeah.
you know, so, it's just a nice things. I don't know how to put it.
Yeah.
Chris Ellis says, I know what K-pop is, but I don't know what a cake pop is. It's exactly what.
Oh,
It's basically a lollipop made of cake, but that is a very cute comparison. Like,
It's like coated in chocolate and pop shaped. It's basically like a cake on a toothpick, pretty much.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
a ball of cake with some like hardened
on a
frosting
stick.
over it. Yeah,
They're so good.
for cake on the go, you know, like
Yeah.
mobile
Rocky
cake.
discovers pancake pop.
Wait, no, Rocky invents cake pops before anybody else, but nobody appreciates his invention.
Yeah, but he'd never make any money off of that. So
Yeah. I
You'd
would
get
love to
suckered
imagine
out
like
of-
Rocky actually inventing a bunch of modern type things that, you know, it's
He just doesn't understand the concept of a patent.
yeah. Rocky invents the slinky. I got tangled in one of these once. The way that when they threw me over the cliff, like I moved in a really weird way. Thought that might be interesting, like to do on a small scale without me inside. That'd be very entertaining.
Sulfur says, have you seen the animation in Metal Slug? It good. I have not. But I'll look it up.
I do like really good pixel animation.
Diesel Rock says, well, I'm an idiot. Just now noticed that isn't Chuck E. Cheese on the screen. What?
What?
Oh,
That's
sorry,
not the
Axel,
mouse?
I made you look like a rat.
Oh.
Well, that's good. Thank you.
Aldi Rendell says, is Rocky infatuated with Mitzi? You could say that, yeah. Stick Pilot says Mad Catter. Yeah, I guess that was the obvious.
Love it. Oh, ooh. There we go.
Would Freckle end up being Alice then?
Oh my god.
Aw, that'd be really cute. Freckle.
Or
and
would he
Butterland.
be...
Aw.
Freckle in Booze Land.
Oh no,
Freckling-
that's too cute.
Or Freckle in Gangland, I don't know.
I feel like if Freckle winds up being Alice, then Rocky definitely would be the Cheshire Cat.
Yeah.
She's like, "Are you gonna help me, or if you're not gonna help me, can you please leave me alone?"
The white rabbit is also Freckle. He's
Yeah,
Chicken
that's what I
from
was gonna
Wonderland. Yeah. It's really deep. What if the white rabbit is Alice, actually? Think about it.
Games theory: the white rabbit is Sans.
Shit, that's a really dark spot. I'm gonna make everything even into that, though.
Lou H says, "Have any of you read any of the Redwall books? Just reminded me with the humanoid cats." Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I was a kid.
Redwall?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I
Brian
like the
Shock?
Fox the best. I thought that was interesting.
I'm not familiar.
Everyone
Martin
was
the
fun.
Warrior, and yeah, it's mostly mice, but lots of other animals mixed in too. But it was
Yeah.
mice centric, I guess you would say.
Huh.
Mice are the heroes in general, with a few exceptions. Sometimes it's an otter, sometimes it's a squirrel, or a badger.
A badger,
It's
yeah.
usually mice. Mice are just like default hero there, I guess.
Is it a novel?
It's a series
Yes,
of them,
it's a
yeah.
series of books.
Ooh.
It starts with Redwall, and I remember like the feasts in it are always like wonderfully described.
Yeah, it definitely goes into detail about like their food. But that one was Matthias. Matthias was the protagonist, I think.
Matthias?
Matthias, yeah.
Yeah, there's Martin the
something
Warrior,
like that.
and then there's Matthias.
Yeah, but it starts out by introducing Matthias as the one who uncovers like the
Yeah.
lore of Martin
Yeah.
the Warrior or something. I don't know, I can't remember. It was a long time ago that I read those. But now there's like Mouse Guard, which is a fabulously illustrated, kind of in the same vein. I mean,
That one I have heard of.
yeah, that's like a graphic novel type approach to similar like swords and sorcery thing with mice and other woodland
Yeah.
creatures.
They were working on a movie for it briefly.
They were, yeah. When 20th Century Fox got bought by Disney, they shut it down, sadly.
Ooh, gross.
Yeah, they had lots of like cool looking footage of.
Yeah, it looked epic.
Yep.
It had
Yeah.
a very good sense of scale.
It must have been like wrenching to have that be like
Yeah.
awful. But that happens to a lot of things, like especially the interesting, like unusual things, like
Yeah.
because yeah, studios are gonna bank on the stuff that's like a sure sell. Anything that's like a little bit out of the ordinary is gonna be canceled when they merge together like this, and they're all just like basically coagulating under one umbrella at this point. So it's like you're not gonna get a lot of diversity and type of content you're gonna get.
Yeah, if you want
In this
different stuff,
situation.
you really need to look to indie folks. Like
Yep,
they're
yep.
gonna be more interested in doing elsewise.
Yeah.
Something interesting and unique that they haven't shut down yet is the Bone animated series that they're working on for Netflix.
Oh,
Yeah, Bone is still in production as far as I know, which is very cool.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that.
Yeah. There was going to be a Nimona too, but that got canceled. Similar situation, I think.
Oh yeah.
Maybe they were like, oh, well, we only want to risk this on one comic, and I guess Bone is the better known of them. Maybe. They're like,
I don't know
"Oh,
if
how about these
Nimona
other indie
was
comics?" Yeah.
was Netflix or not. I have no idea, but might have been. I don't know.
I am not
Maybe it's
familiar with that one either.
They were like, oh, if it was a deal with Netflix, we don't want to do it. Maybe it's like that. Because I know they're trying to stock their own coffers, so
Yeah.
that might have. It's like stuff that really doesn't have anything to do with the quality of the work, or even like where it's at in production or budget. Like it's a lot of outside stuff that
Yeah, there's
the
this
folks
like
in charge have no control over.
Yep.
In charge of production, anyway.
Yeah, it fucking sucks to be like at the mercy of those corporate decisions after pouring like what 2-3 years of work into production. It's just, but that happened. I worked in games, and that happened all the time. So that is the way it goes.
Very arbitrary decisions too, right?
I mean, they're making
Maybe
them
not
for a reason.
arbitrary,
They're not arbitrary, but it feels arbitrary. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's just they're making what they think are the best financial decisions for the company, and so you're just at
Which changes
whatever.
with the market.
Yeah, it can be very fickle, and yep.
Yay.
Chris Allett says, Fable, are you using paint markers?
No, these are Chinese brushes and Inkwash. I only have a few Poscas, so I can't really make broad use of them. I usually just use them for markup.
Sulfur says, have you ever seen the Bones book or Spy vs. Spy comic book? Yes and yes. Rachel Thompson says, the lining process. I always something my sketches with inking. I think there's a word missing there.
I used to hate the lining process. And then I did it enough to where I was like, I feel competent.
I'm not quite lining it. That was really sort of already done at the pencil stage. I'm not going for a 2E line on this. The Inkwash is, my goal is just like make this really soft volumetric look. Just like build up forms and kind of sculpt it. You know?
Oh, Rachel says, I meant to say I always ruin. Oops. Oh.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I've never been a big fan of inking my stuff. I like to let the pencil show through if I can.
It does give
I
it
like
more
a
life.
messy texture, and so like inks can, like, when I'm doing inks, it feels boring to me to do. It's like I can do it very well, but it's like not the most fun for me, so particularly on the computer.
Oh, thank you, Ambitious Austin, for the $5. Ambitious Austin says,
you.
happy birthday. Tomorrow's mine as well. Hope you enjoy the rest of it.
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday to you too, Austin.
Subscribe, it's my birthday. Happy birthday. Subscribe because it's your birthday too.
Yeah. Give yourself a treat to some great content.
Rachel says, my brain is not working, lol. Yeah, same.
It happens.
Mine is not either, most of the time. Christella says, Lackadaisy, are lines real in real life? I mean...
Are you currently lined?
I have an outline. I mean, any of my pencil art you see, it's mostly pencil. I do touch it up, and like I either adjust the levels in Photoshop so that the lines stand out more, or I duplicate my pencil art, turn up the contrast really high, set it to multiply, and let the lines remain. Or if it's really messy and sloppy, I will like take a pencil-y looking brush and fix it. But yeah, it's generally actual lines. I prefer them over like a digital ink.
Yeah, I was saying to Tracy that I felt like I wanted to get back into doing artwork that way, because I haven't done it that way in a while. And then she sent me a scanner. Thank you.
Well, it's your birthday, so and you wanted to do natural media, so yeah.
Nice. She's getting me back to I sent her a scanner once.
Rain Splash says, lining isn't real, it can't hurt you. Oh, but it can.
What kind of a scanner do you use to scan stuff in? Just like a normal standard one, or do you have like one that's slightly bigger than average print paper to fit?
No,
Your
I mean, I wish
scanner?
I had one of those, but I don't know that I'd
Yeah,
really
those
have
are
room to
very
put it
expensive.
anywhere. They're extremely
Yeah.
expensive, but
Yeah.
it's pretty easy to just like scan something in pieces and then paste it together in Photoshop.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, true.
I mean, most of these like baseline scanners that are like $100 ish that do like
Mhm.
maybe 4800 DPI at most are absolutely like more than you even need. Like they can scan at higher resolution than you'll ever need, honestly, for anything. I feel, and they do a pretty good job of it. Sometimes you get like some light leak, or you'll get like some smudging on the glass or something that you have to clean up. But they're generally, yeah, pretty good. I've had a couple that I wore out. Like they just eventually, after some number of years, start like giving you weird color aberrations and stuff in your scan, and
Mhm.
they don't do a great job. But for like the amount of time they last, like they're way more reliable than your average printer. So
Oh yeah, it's like in
Um,
fact I would recommend people get a scanner over a all-in-one because printers break very frequently. And when they do, they will turn off the scan feature. They will actually make it impossible to scan stuff. It's like, oh, I'm out of ink.
oh yeah,
I
that's
can't use
bullshit.
the
Don't
printer
don't
at
buy
all. Yeah.
don't buy printer scanner combined. Especially, I think is it HP is like currently being sued for disabling the scanner if the printer's out of ink. What a
Wow.
fucking scammy,
Yeah.
like scummy thing to do.
No,
Yeah.
they
I
all
don't think
do
they're the
that.
only.
Canon does it
the-
too.
Yeah, it's really shitty.
I wanted a scanner, not a scammer. Ack, 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 ack.
Yeah, exactly.
The printer we have in my office doesn't have ink, so I can't even set up its settings because it's just like, nope, you ain't got no ink. You can't do anything with me.
It's truly horrible. Just how it's like.
Yeah.
You just don't
Well,
buy
I mean,
printers. It's like, why would I buy a printer? It's like a waste of money.
yeah, they also do that thing where like if you're out of color ink but you're just trying to print black and white, it won't let you
Mhm.
print. And if
Yeah.
if you've got a combo machine, it'll like disable everything else until you buy ink. It's wow.
It's very scummy.
But- Yeah.
So yeah, it's better just get a flatbed scanner on its own also, because then you have like, you can get like a good scanner for like not that much money.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever spent more than like I think all of my scanners have been like under $200, and
Yeah.
like even like the like $90 brands are like quite good for what they
Fine.
do. It's
Yeah.
just yeah.
That's a lot
um,
better than what I grew up with. And they weren't like the worst them. They was like came with like this horrible yellow tint. Remember all scanners
Oh.
had that awful yellow tint? Mine's did, at least.
I don't think I ever had one that gave me a
No?
yellow tint, but
That was my experience with a few actually.
oh,
I had
huh.
to color correct it quite a bit. Imagine your pencils looking like yellow.
I mean, I can imagine that because used to tint them that way deliberately for my comic. Ryan Hartwell says, "Have you ever read Irma by Brandon Santiago?" I have not. Tell us about it. Sulfur says, "Have you ever heard your name called Sigma? I'm one of my characters. Have any opinions on the name? Just ask. Are you asking if Sigma is a good name for a character? Sure. It's like the
That's up to you.
Latin for letter S, right? So, or roughly the equivalent of that. But yeah, it's cool sounding name. If it fits the character, I mean that's artist discretion. So
Is this a cat character, they said?
I don't know. Toon
Okay.
Kid says, "Isn't there usually a moderator in the chat?" Yes, our moderator's birthday is also today, so he's off spending time with family right now, so he's not here. I think Newt said he was gonna come, but I don't know what's up with him or where he is. Maybe he's just tired, or which would be totally understandable.
Yeah, he's up.
I had to like
late
teach a class this morning, so
Yeah.
Joe Plain says, does Freckle have any friends outside of the Lackadaisy, or at least some way to escape from Rocky and his mother? No, that's part of his problem. I think he had some friends in like high school, but he graduated high school, and then Rocky showed back up, and yeah.
Freckle 19.
He's 18.
Ah.
Fresh out of high school. Brief attempt to become a police officer. Went badly. Probably for the better, honestly. That he
Yeah.
didn't go that way. But
I did like that moment where it was like, what? Why wouldn't they accept him? Was it because he was too timid? And then you get to that part and you're like, oh no. Not even a little bit.
the cackling unnerved everybody, so. Toon Kid says, is anyone else having issues with the stream? I've not seen any, but that doesn't rule out an issue, I guess.
What problems are you having?
J-Dog says, lovely character in stream.
Yeah, this is Axel Sparkster, I believe is the name of this character. It's somebody commissioned me for this.
Tomb says, remember Tracy, he's in a jar. Oh, that's where Newt is. His jar. Whether by choice or by force, I don't know. Ryan says, Irma is a webcomic about a ghost girl who gets into crazy situations. Think of it as if Samara from The Ring and a horror writer had a kid. It's actually really charming. That sounds interesting. I'd probably read that. I should look it up. Toon Kid said it kept buffering and returned to normal for a moment now. I haven't seen it do that on my end. It may just be maybe a YouTube server thing, or it may be your local internet, or I don't know. Lou H says, really liking how the 1920s is getting more use as a setting. Things like Lackadaisy and Boardwalk Empire make for great stories. Thanks. Yeah, I think the 20s is pretty intriguing as a time period. It's so different from the decades prior to it. It's kind of like in its own context, it was a fairly outlandish time. So it is interesting to tell stories about. But we're also like pretty much precisely 100 years out from that time period now, so I think it's maybe even more on people's minds than it normally would be.
That is pretty nuts to think about.
Yeah. Yeah, 100 years ago, some things have changed. A lot has stayed pretty much the same in some ways. So.
What was the term of those like genre of writers? I think they were called modernists, but it was what Lovecraft was considered originally before people started talking about the concept of like cosmic horror.
Mm-hmm.
I like the vibe and the atmosphere of those. I don't like all the racism.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of that in there. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it kind of takes me out of the story.
Yeah.
Because at one point, like, in one of the Lovecraft things, it like he went very much out of his way.
Yeah.
And I was like, you didn't.
Yeah, he was sometimes overt and sometimes just like kind of a thematically, like you kind of take things he's said and then put it, and then think about like what he's writing about, and go, oh, I see what you're trying to do here. That's really not. Ooh.
A lot of stuff about people being
Country, because I heard that Lovecraft Country is a response to some of that, and I'm very curious.
It is.
The first episode they talk about it, and I've only seen 5 episodes, so maybe there's an overarching plot that I'm missing. But like after the first episode, I didn't really notice them talking much about Lovecraft or Lovecraft stuff. It feels like it just kind of becomes American Horror Story in a way.
Yeah, it started losing me after I watched about 3 episodes, and I kind of trailed off. The first episode was really compelling and seemed like it was going somewhere really interesting with like the racism angle and like confronting Lovecraft in that way, and it kind of just American Horror Story itself.
Yeah, they were like, we did it. We talked about the thing. Now on to
and now let's get wacky and
and it's like, no, I want to see more Lovecraft monsters, because I don't think they're called Slygoths, but like the monsters from the first episode were one of the not more popular or well-known Lovecraft monsters, and it was cool to see them. Because I think they're from the Mountains of Madness, or at least mentioned in them at first, which had very cool implications for the overall mythos of the show. And then they were like, where did they come from? Why are they here? We beat them very easily. I guess we won't talk about them anymore.
I don't know if the show loops back around to that or not, because I didn't get that far in before I kind of gave up on it. But yeah,
unfortunate. Maybe I'll give it another try. I think it was well-written horror. Did you get to the episode with like the house and all the like the party and the whatnot?
they got to the house, and that's about where I drifted off, I believe. I didn't see the party part of it.
Okay. I don't want to spoil, but there's one part that has a really good ghost design in terms of like just like, oh, that's freaky. Oh, that's unnerving. That's actually horrifying.
Interesting. Okay, maybe I'll go.
I appreciate
revisit
that.
it.
Yeah, it's not
like,
bad horror.
I wanted to like it,
horror.
but
If they didn't present it as Lovecraft Country, I think. Although I think it's actually a book series. I think it was a book series first, right?
I don't know.
I feel like I remember reading that somewhere, but I could be very wrong. As I often am.
I was thinking of, I wanted to get sushi tonight for my birthday.
Ooh.
Yeah. You should.
People talk a lot, people say that people talk a lot about In-N-Out, but I've mostly the food that I've heard of most from LA has been sushi.
Sushi is pretty good out here. I do love sushi. Like, my last birthday, I got like a whole sushi boat just for myself. It was so good. I was like, this is the best thing ever.
It's the height of luxury.
I love sushi. It's so good. It's so good.
I've got to give it another shot.
Where do you live that you are not getting good sushi? Curious.
I'm in North Carolina, so I'm not too far
that
from
might
the
have
beach.
something to do with it. You have,
but yeah, that's also true.
So you have fish, but you don't have like a sizable Japanese population dedicated to that. So
right,
like where there's a lot of people who are like interested in this and who serve other folks. So you get the good sushi. Yeah. I
had been saying like I want to give it another try, but I think I want to wait until I'm like in Japan or LA.
Yeah, someplace known for sushi.
Yeah. I was talking to my friend from the UK a couple of weeks ago, and he was baffled that I didn't ever try a at McDonald's they call it a fillet of fish.
Oh yeah.
But I was like, Ryan, you got to understand, I'm from America. We don't do fish well.
Depends where you are.
That's
Louisiana
also
does
true.
Fish pretty well.
seafood, yeah.
Louisiana
Yeah.
definitely does. Yeah.
Yeah. New England. It's got clam chowder.
Probably should have specified. I'm in North Carolina. We have salmon, and that's our thing.
Oh, I actually saw a
Right.
mouse. Well, streak's over. Where the heck did you come
I
from?
will be right back.
Right on. Maybe it is just North Carolina then, because I've been to the beach in North Carolina and had fish, and it's kind of hit or miss. I think it also depends on the restaurants.
Yeah.
I feel like fish is really easy to mess up.
Yeah, you need a delicate touch. It also depends on the fish. Like, tuna's pretty sturdy. You can cook a tuna so many ways. It's like steak.
Ooh, nice. I also like... I don't like canned tuna. I don't like most canned things, but I have enjoyed, like, some frozen tuna before. I think I'm like gearing myself up to really enjoy sushi because I've come to really like seaweed.
Yeah, seaweed's good. It's like, if you like seaweed, I think you'll like sushi, because the thing with sushi is that the fish doesn't taste like that fishy idea, the fishy flavor. No, sushi doesn't taste like fish. I mean, it tastes like fish, but it doesn't have fishiness to it. Because that's
Yeah.
actually a sign that the fish is a bit old. So the idea with sushi is that's very, very, very fresh. Like, that fish was butchered that day, maybe.
Mm.
So you
Any
need, like...
restaurant with a fish tank, you're good to go.
Well, they get their fish from elsewhere, usually, but
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that is one way to do it, I suppose. Oftentimes they want ocean caught fish, though, for certain things.
Yeah.
You can't exactly keep salmon in a tank, so.
That is true. I've also come to appreciate the slight fishiness of mushrooms, because they
Yeah.
kind of have a slight.
That's that umami.
It's like an earthy
Yeah.
fish. Yeah. I've been really growing my palate these past few years because I used to be really, really basic. Like, I didn't like rice until like 2019, I think. And I realized it was because my parents would always just get like instant box rice, and so I didn't like that, and so I just never tried rice.
Aw. Yeah,
Yeah.
badly cooked rice is not appetizing.
Then I went to a hibachi grill and got some hibachi fried rice, and I was like, this is amazing. Have you ever animated in Adobe Animate?
Yeah, it's not my favorite. Also, somebody donated $34 to me, which is very nice.
Whoa.
For my birthday. Yeah, I can get some sushi.
Right on.
Yeah. I'm looking at menu right now. I want a big box of sushi. That'd be nice. It was like an hour ago, apparently. I didn't notice.
Oh, dang. What's your favorite sushi? What is it comprised of?
Favorite? I mean, I like just about anything. I like to try whatever the sushi chef will put in front of me. Like, if I go to a place and I'm like, I will have whatever the chef gives me. That's actually a particular way of ordering sushi, where they'll just, like, do, like, several rounds of, like, here, try this, basically. And it's a bit pricier than just a single meal, but it's very good. Because you just get to try so many things. So, that's not a piece of sushi. That's a sushi experience.
Yeah.
I mean, I like salmon sushi or tuna sushi or whatever, you know. I like rolls. I like trying things. I think there's only like a handful of things I dislike. Like, I'm not a big fan of urchin, but I have had good urchin once. So I think I just had bad urchin.
Are you talking about the omakase style?
Yes, that's what it's called. Thank you. I knew the word, but I was like, I'm not gonna try to remember it right now.
Yeah, it was at the back of my head. Haven't used that in a
Yeah.
while.
Alright, I'm gonna get a combo meal. Because that's cool. What are these different ones? I hear a kitty.
Sorry, Maya's rubbing on my mic.
Maya's saying happy birthday too.
Oh my god.
Maya. She wants to say hi. Maya. That cat destroyed our chat.
Yes, she did.
That's the
Sure.
culprit.
More than
Have
a
we told the
year's worth
audience
of
this one
discussion. I
Yeah.
don't think so.
I
Maybe.
think maybe on a Gardic phone thing.
Oh yeah, I think we did talk about that, yeah.
Yeah.
Sienna Reynolds says happy birthday, Fable.
Thank you.
And Hanuel the Werehog says happy birthday too.
Yee.
Toon Kid says it's not hissing, is it? No, she was just rubbing on the microphone, so if you heard a sound that was like sounded like hissing, it was probably just the friction.
Yeah. That's just the
Sorry.
microphone noise. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, try to stretch out. If I'm not like the most chatty at the moment, I'm just trying to figure out what the hell to order. I'm having such like choice panic going on right now.
Too much freedom.
I know, I hate it. I was like, this is why I like omakase style, because I don't want to choose. It's like I would eat anything. So just you choose for me. That's the beauty of it. I don't want to choose. You are the chef. You know what's good. Give me that. Just give me
Rain
that to me.
Splash says, I said happy birthday earlier, but I don't think it was seen, so happy birthday again. Sorry if I missed it, Rain.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Stick Pilot says garlic phone. Garlic.
Yes.
That was fun. We should do that again sometime. The
Oh
animation
god, yeah, that was super good.
I
That was
thoroughly
like perfect.
enjoyed
They
it.
came out so much better than I thought too. They were so goddamn
Yeah.
funny. Oh my god. It's like I was skeptical that it would even work at all, or that anything would like coherent would come out of it, but it totally did. Even when it was incoherent, it was funny. So
It was still hilarious.
Oh, I gotta get my heckin' invoice sent. Whoops.
Yeah. You need to get paid. Go get paid.
Yeah,
mm.
I do. I do.
Toon Kid says, apologies for asking this question again. Did I go too far with that protection joke? I must have missed it, Toon Kid. I apologize.
Huh?
I don't think anyone was like not answering you because we thought you went too far. It was just probably missed your comment. I have my head hat partially down because I am also doing like book editing stuff at the moment. So we don't have a dedicated mod today, so I apologize if we're missing some questions.
Thank you for the 199 Basim Boba who asked, "Hey, are you gonna do anything for Ghostbusters?" No. Is that coming out soon?
I think so.
Huh?
Did it just come out recently, or did it?
Did it come out? I didn't think.
Maybe it's a holiday season, or
is there a
critics-
Ghostbusters Day?
I think critics already like saw it and gave reviews, but I don't think it's like open to the public yet.
Oh, okay. So it's opening very soon, I would think.
I believe so. What do you guys rest your arms on when you're drawing? Or
I have a little
another...
swivel arm stand thing that is clamped to
nice.
My desk, so I make
Very
use
nice,
of that.
very nice.
Yeah, that keeps me from having a bunch of problems.
Yeah. I've got elbow pain and back pain.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would say look into these like swivel, the like swivel arm stands. Those are pretty helpful. All right, let's see.
Oh,
get
thanks,
this sushi.
Passin. Bubba says it comes out on the 19th very soon. Cool.
Oh.
Thank you. All right, I'm having sushi delivered to me now.
Woo!
Right, sorry, that distracted me from this for a bit, but you have to understand I can't make choices easily when presented with 50 of them. Like,
Isn't that also a psychological thing when you like
yeah, it's called choice paralysis.
Yeah.
It's
And also
pretty
you're
common.
like more you're more likely to enjoy something if you didn't choose it. I think. Like in terms of like if you think of like one of those like gachapon things where you don't it's like
Yeah.
you put a quarter in and you don't know what you're getting.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a game then.
Yeah.
You know? So.
Toon Kid says, it's alright, may I repeat the joke or should I let it go? Go for it if you would like to. Aaron Kennedy says, this is the Lackadaisy fan base. A lot of us are inappropriate. Yes. So. Lou says, missed the start of stream. Does that say Axel underneath? Yeah, this is Fable is working on a commission piece for someone with a OC named Axel. Toon wants to know what sushi you're ordering, Fable.
I'm ordering it's just like this combo meal thing that has like a bunch of different kinds of sushi. And I was trying to choose like what special roll to get with it, because like among the things that you get, like you don't choose most of it, but you do choose your special roll, but they had so many special rolls that I was like, what get?
Excuse me.
should have chat up on my phone or something so it's like directly in front of me instead of having to turn my head. Actually, I wonder if I can do that. I think I can if I get the... if I put up my own video on my phone. Who is it commissioned from? This guy, just Axel, I guess. I think his handle is his character, so... Oh, there's my phone.
I have to close my window. People are being noisier than they usually are.
Ah. Roll my back out a bit. Whew.
I think that I need to go eat something. So I believe I'm going to hop off.
Go have some food.
I will. It's probably going to be candy.
Oh, that's not food, Keaton.
No,
Eat real
but
food.
I don't want to waste my candy.
That's not wasting your candy, that's saving it for later.
Fine. What if... Oops. Can I have candy if I also eat chicken nuggets?
Yes, you can have your candy so long as you eat your chicken nuggies.
Like
Hooray.
candied chicken.
Candied chicken.
I've done a good job today teaching my crew how to take care of themselves properly. Can you have your candy after your chicken nuggets are finished?
Yay.
Not before.
Alright. Happy birthday again.
Hey, thanks. Bye.
See ya.
Have fun. Enjoy your sushi.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye, everybody in chat.
Alt Grendel gives $4.99 and says, "Thank you for answering my questions about Rocky. Have a good rest of your stream and happy birthday, Fable." Oh, thank you.
Thanks. J-Dog says, didn't the second season of Animaniacs just launch? I believe it did, yes.
Yes. Yeah, and Ashley worked on that.
Mm-hmm.
She did cleanup on it. That's one reason she's been so busy. She's been a real busy bee.
Toon Kid says, knowing Ivy's nature, I hope someone tells her to bring protection. Related to the date question.
Oh.
Yeah, she'll bring a gun.
Yeah. Don't worry, she's covered. She knows Missy. You don't gotta worry about little Missy. She knows how to take care of herself.
Kinda, yeah.
It's Freckle who should worry.
Honestly. Hunter says, who's drawing the picture? That's Fable.
Yep, that's me. It's my birthday. I get to stream myself painting. I really like Inkwash and just like this building up of grays. It's like very soothing. Makes it very soft. It gets so dark so early. Like, I'm like, oh, it must be really late. It's like, it's just past 6.
Mm. We gotta set our clocks back tonight, I think, right?
Oh, God. So, is it gonna be an hour earlier now?
Yeah, you fall back in the fall, so...
Okay. Oh, I get
think
it. Haha.
So at 3 a.m., I guess you set it back to 2 a.m.? Or you just start 2 a.m. over again?
Repeat an hour. That's how we get by.
Yep. That's alright. We get an extra hour to sleep, I guess. But then it gets dark at, like, yeah, stupid o'clock, so...
I don't get that. You would think that you would set the hour forward instead, so that as the sun advances, like, and it goes down earlier, it's not actually going down earlier. So you're like compensating for that instead.
I don't know. Maybe I think it might have something to do with the morning daylight, because it doesn't get light right now until like after 7 a.m.
Oh.
And I think the actual reason for it has something to do with the oil or gas industry. Like, they used to say it was farmers, but it's really not.
Well, I heard something about energy savings during the war.
Yeah. Let me Google it. Why is daylight savings? Yeah, World War I, conserving coal.
Mm-hmm. Well, they just kept doing it for some reason.
And then they undid it, and then they redid it for World War II, and then they just decided at that point to just keep on keeping on, I guess.
Just in case another war happens.
I guess. I don't know.
You never know. And boy, did we not.
But it sure does piss everyone off. I mean, Winston Churchill argued for it in the UK for sporting and tourism interests, I guess. I don't know. For keeping it, I guess, as part of the... But yeah, I can see how late sunrise is kind of an issue for some industries. I don't know. Hunter Powell says, I have a question for Tracy. If you were to be on TV, what station would you want to be on? PBS? I don't know. I never thought about that. Cartoon Network, maybe? I don't know. I wouldn't really want my face on TV, just things I make, maybe. The animation station.
Right. That one.
Yeah. Why isn't there one? It rhymes and everything. Hunter says, unrelated to Lackadaisy, do you have a favorite artist or band? My musical interests are all over the place, and probably my art interests too, I guess. God, I follow so many artists, but I probably my favorites are like the golden age of illustration, quote unquote, artists who really were very prominent in the early 20th century, kind of like right as printing technology made it possible to print ads and things in full color. Like you started having like these artists like rise to prominence as like fabulous like cover art illustrators and ad illustrators and stuff. And some of that art, even though it's like commercial, it's like gorgeous. And I've often like strived to do something in that vein, but I mean, I go through phases. Like before that, I was like in a pre-Raphaelite phase for some reason, and so I don't know. And lately, I feel like I have a more. I also like feel like as I get older, my appreciation for like graphic design and just really strong like design, even if it's just solid color with no line work or something, really appeals to me. And then there's like stuff that like I really like that even though I don't want to personally achieve that look or feel, like I just like can see the artistry in it and I really think it's beautiful, like Mike Mignola's art and things like that.
How's this looking, guys? I think it's starting to get there.
Looking good. Very cute.
So sometimes the hardest part is figuring out when to stop. Because you know if you keep going you can make it better, but at what point does that not make any sense anymore?
Sometimes less is more too, though. Like I definitely sometimes take things too far, and then I'm like, man, I wish I had stopped like an hour ago because I think that was when it like peaked.
Yeah. I'm just too much of a coward sometimes. No, it needs more.
Ryan says, if you could interview an animation legend, who would it be and what would you ask them? I don't know. Like, everybody loves Milk Call. Every animator is like, yeah.
Yeah, but he's dead.
But he's dead now, yeah. I guess Glenn Keane is a strong one.
We have interviewed animators.
Yeah, we do. We do
Shop
that.
Talk,
Yeah, that's kind of our thing.
That is what we do.
One of our things.
Yeah. We're usually interviewing animators that, not usually, all the time interviewing animators that we're personally interested in talking to.
Yeah.
We don't just talk to them because, oh, I don't know, they do stuff, right? It's like, no. We're talking about something.
Yeah, we've talked to Tom before, yeah. And we have talked about James Baxter. We haven't interviewed James Baxter, but... Yeah, the NFT thing is disappointing. Don Bluth, yeah. He's the horse animator, yeah. James Baxter. Sergio Pablos is one we bring up a lot.
Oh yeah, I love his stuff.
Hannah Lovins says, I've just recently found your channel and I love your art and animation style. Oh, thank you. I am Tracy. I do the comic that the animation's based on, and Fable is the animation director / animator. Well, one of the animators. I mean, there's a lot of animators working on it right now, so... Glad you like it.
I'm gonna get some food, so I'll hop off. Happy birthday, Fable. Enjoy the sushi. Enjoy the
you.
rest of the stream.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good night, Jay.
Enjoy your food. Hey. Getting them birds.
Get them birds.
Gotta get them birds. There we go. Move my legs. Thank you guys. I'm glad you're liking the look so far.
Jesse Wagar says, bonfire and come home to a live stream. Heckin' beautiful evening. Ah.
Oh,
Bonfire sounds nice. On a night like
I'd love to
this.
go to a bonfire. Yeah.
Aaron says, I'm glad there are many animators, otherwise we wouldn't see this done for like 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it takes a lot of people to make a film, even a short one. So Brooke G says, sorry if I'm mangling your name. How did you both meet for the first time? We traveled and, I mean, we like knew of each other on DeviantArt for a while, and then just happened to travel in similar circles and like convention circuit and stuff, so we crossed paths multiple times. And hung out a little bit at conventions, and then like Fable posted something about looking for some animation freelance work, and I reached out and said, I'm looking for some animation freelance work. And then we started doing this thing, and it blew up into a much bigger thing than we really
It sure did.
started with, so.
Yeah. I told you, I was like, I'm getting this thing made. You wrote me in, I'm gonna make it happen.
Yep, you certainly meant it.
Yeah.
And Hannah wishes you a happy birthday.
Thank you.
And asks, do either of you have a favorite art medium? For looking at or for doing?
I mean, like, I like
I
to look at oils, but I don't paint with them.
Yeah, I used to work with a lot of watercolor, and I still love the look of watercolor, but I don't do it that often anymore. And I like graphite and things like
I'm
that.
gonna get you to try out liquid graphite or just like water.
I've used it before. I've done some patron art that way, actually. So.
Yee.
And in fact, I did a stream of one of them.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
You gotta
it's
get-
in the art
you
streams
gotta get
here
you
on the
with
channel.
The top-down webcam next.
That's what I did. I did a top down,
Yeah.
but my webcam sucks, so it wasn't the best visually. Like you gotta invest in a decent one to really make that work. So.
Well, the nice ones are like almost half off right now.
Mm.
I'm just gonna sink even lower. Yeah, like this webcam I got is normally like 250, and I got it for like 130. It's at minimum usually a $200 webcam, but they're all like going for cheaper right now. There's also that thing that Jay suggested where you can take a cell phone and pop in an app and have that act as a webcam.
Mm-hmm.
Which I looked at and I was like, maybe, except that I need to use my cell phone while I'm doing these things, so I guess I could try using one of my older cell phones that I don't use anymore for it, but not super motivated at the moment to do that. Maybe if I needed a second camera. Although now I have the C920 if I really need a second camera, but the phone camera is a lot better than the C920. I only have a few episodes more of Squid Game to finish before I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
No spoilers. I've been enjoying it. I've been enjoying that.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm really, like, there's so many, like, dramas coming out lately with, like, just oodles of social commentary. Like, getting a bit bolder and a bit bolder.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Favorite art medium? Animation? I'm definitely obsessed, but I really enjoy watercolor. I like working with watercolor a lot. I like clay. I like doing sculptures. I like painting. I like acrylic paint a lot. Those are the things I like to use, personally. I like pretty much anything that anybody... Maybe like a cool piece of art I see by somebody. I'm not basing my enjoyment on it based on the medium, but if I personally know the medium, then I might be more impressed by certain techniques. I know how hard certain things are. I like woodcuts. Those are cool. Don't do them too much myself, but I really like the look of it. Obviously, like pen and ink.
Sulfur says, have you ever played Okami? I have not.
I have not, and I wish I had a PlayStation when it came out. I think it's out on, like, Nintendo Switch now, right? I think my dog is outside. Okay,
Vaudevillian says, I never realized how calming it is to watch someone else use watercolor.
Yeah. It's getting close to done.
Rescure says, happy birthday. It's my first stream. Welcome.
Hi.
Also welcome, is it Ayana Barreto from Brazil?
Hello.
Hunter says, do you have a movie hot take?
Movies are hot. Spicy, very spicy movies. They get me very excited. Hot take.
No.
I mean,
I have maybe a
like
lukewarm take.
Here, I have a hot take. I like The Last Jedi. It's actually one of my favorite Star Wars films, so...
Oh,
apparently
okay.
That's very spicy online.
Um,
I understand why some people did not like it, but to me, it was the Star Wars film that challenges you the most. So, I like that.
okay.
Mhm.
Fair. I'm kind of done with Star Wars. I was a Star Wars kid and I loved it, and now I'm just like annoyed and bored by it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess that's my movie hot take. Kind of done with Star Wars.
It's not that
I think
hot take. I think a
think
lot
the-
of people feel very similarly.
I kind of like Baz Luhrmann stuff generally, but I think his Great Gatsby is terrible.
Oh yeah, that's always funny. People are like, oh, do you like that Great Gatsby movie? And you're like, no.
No, it's bad. It misses the point, and it's ugly. It's like a Kardashian Great Gatsby. It's just not. And it's also like, God, the line delivery and everything from like, if I hear the words "old sport" one more time, I'm gonna put my fist through the TV.
It's hilarious because people assume that that must be like your favorite movie. You must
Yeah.
love that Gatsby movie. That's what you do, right? It's like that's exactly why you don't like the movie.
Exactly, I know.
It's exactly why.
Especially when it's like subject matter you deal with, like you get very picky about it. So yeah.
Nobody has the guts to make the main guy just explicitly gay. Also, even though the text is very much like that.
Mm.
But that was rather interesting.
J-Dog likes the part where the Wookiees and Vulcans battle at Hogwarts. Yeah, what a time. Somebody asking about Discord. Sulfur, I think we answered the Okami question. Like, neither of us have played it. Sorry.
I've seen playthroughs of it. You'd think I would have, given, you know, what my interests are, but no, just I never have really gotten the chance. What?
Rescue says another reason to like Star Trek DS9. It's funny to use Kardashian and Cardassian interchangeably.
Doing a little lighting wash now. Kind of balance this out, give it a little bit more directionality. Got hints of it, but I wanted to strengthen it, reinforce it. Oh my god, I just remembered. I had this really weird dream. That I was like so mad about it that it woke me up. I dreamt that I was back at the convention and that we were ordering breakfast and everybody wanted bacon. And I was like, alright, I'll order some bacon. They're like, no, we want all the bacon. And I was like, okay, I'll get a large plate of bacon. And the bacon for some reason was going to cost me like $50 or something to get. And I was like, that's really expensive bacon, but okay. So we ordered the bacon and then like accidentally tipped the service like double. So I had to pay $100 for like a few pieces of bacon. And it got me so mad. I was like, no, not $100 on bacon. That's not even enough bacon for $100. I got really mad and it woke me up. Man, I spent too much on bacon.
You're not in Reno if there isn't some kind of bacon emergency.
Is this grayscale watercolors? Asks Robinson Knox. No, this is Inkwash. So you take ink and you just water it down. This is Sumi-E ink in this case. What was that message about? Check that in a second once I finish these strips. So I'm not being very clean about the edges of this or really decisive about them because since it's going to be cut out, like, it's not terribly important. But I do want to give the background just a little bit of texture because where I leave it, I want to have it be at least like a little bit interesting. Hopefully to make that slightly more graphic look of the character stand out also. So that's the idea. like my food got delivered a bit early. Okay. That's what my dog is barking her head off about. So the delivery guy just arrived. Dropped off my food. Get up to get that sushi in a second. Just obsessed with these strokes. Damn, headphones. Oh, damn it. It's too wet. Well, I'll have to clean that up later. Oh, damn it. Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna go get that sushi. I'll be right back.
Okay. 917 Brewer says, is it bad if a ship has the nickname Trampoline? I don't know. I think it could be pretty great. Simon says, late question, what's your favorite horror movie? Mine is 1982's The Thing because of practical effects and Kurt Russell's majestic hair. Valid reasons for liking The Thing. Yeah, The Thing is great. I was talking earlier about how I like a lot of A24's recent horror stuff, like The Witch and The Lighthouse and Hereditary. But there are a lot of older classic films I like too. The Thing among them. The Shining, The Exorcist. Yeah. Some of Guillermo del Toro's older stuff too that he did in Spanish, like The Devil's Backbone and The Orphanage, I think are very strong movies. I think he kind of leaned more towards visuals, like visual Hollywood stuff over story a bit more in his later work, but like I don't find Crimson Peak to be while it's a beautiful film, it's not story-wise. I haven't watched Sweet Tooth. I know it's a Netflix show, but I've heard things about it, but I haven't watched it. I think Fable saw some of it. Tomb says you and Boo would have a great time chatting about horror films. Yeah, I'm all about the horror movies. I've watched so much bad horror on the lookout for like something good, just digging around for a gem anywhere. J-Dog says, I find as I get older, it's harder to find good horror movies that don't seem overly tropic or yawn fests. I don't get the fear I once did when I was younger. Yeah, same. It's hard to find that. I guess it's like with a lot of horror movie fans I know, it's like chasing after that feeling you had when you were a kid, that sort of like adrenaline rush and that sense of fear that follows you home afterward and makes you stay awake at night thinking about terrible things, but it's somehow exciting. And yeah, I don't know. And you just kind of lose that because after a while, those same things that happen in films just seem like cheap.
I can hear now.
Silly things, jump scares and stuff, and slasher films never seem scary at all, and monster movies never really scared me.
Ghost story movies or movies where it's like a demon did it. I'm always like,
Yeah, the demon thing's pretty played out at this point. It's like, it's a demon. Of course.
Oh no, a demon.
Someone's possessed. Oh boy.
Right. It's coming out pretty good. And I got some sushi. Check it out.
But I like, I guess, psychological horror, where ghosts are not necessarily literally ghosts or something. It's a bit more...
Lackadaisy mukbang. Let's go.
Oh wow, that looks delicious.
Yeah. Here's the thing I like about living in LA. All this sushi. Hell yeah. This is just a thing here. I love sushi. I love it so much. It's definitely one of my favorite kind of meals.
J-Dog says, seen The Color Out of Space yet? Yes, I have. It is a very peculiar film. Which, I mean...
sauce on the painting.
Yeah, don't...
No, it's part of the painting then.
I mean, you definitely could paint in soy sauce, but...
Yeah. This was the special roll they had that looked pretty good without it being gimmicky. Too gimmicky at least. It had like yellow tail in it. What sauce is this? Your perspective as an artist. Time to eat. Eats right next to work. I don't know. Keep going.
Lake Mungo is a good one, yeah. As like found footage stuff goes, it's probably the actual, like the one that I would say is the most creepy and unnerving.
I'm not actually gonna eat all the sushi right under the camera, but that'd be fun for one. Or at least one.
Just gonna make everybody hungry.
Yeah. Make you jealous.
So you watched Sweet Tooth, right? What did you think of it? I saw like a little bit of it. You showed some part of it.
It was it was neither scary enough or weird enough to really hold my interest. I kept watching it just hoping it would go somewhere, but honestly, it just kind of comes off to me as like a pretty bog standard apocalypse kind of a thing. And also after having, you know, living through a plague and seeing how people are reacting to the plague in Sweet Tooth, you're like, nah, some people be like, fuck the disease, I do what I want. You know, they wouldn't be like burning each other's houses down just because one person had it. And so apparently that's not the realistic response at all. This is spicy. It's got like a little slice of jalapeno on the top. It's quite good. If you're a sushi snob, sorry, I'm not going to be eating this correctly. I'm going to be eating it how I want because it's my birthday. And yes, I like ginger on my sushi.
Aaron says maybe look into Shudder. It's a human curated selection of horror movies and shows. Yeah, I've been watching like some Shudder stuff with Candy. We were having fun right before Halloween. We were having fun watching some very silly creep show episodes. Like they have a newish series that had like 3 seasons. Ooh. Some of them were pretty amusing. Like they're never scary, but it's like pulp, you know, nonsense. But I did enjoy the Bob Ross versus the Evil Dead episode.
That's good sushi. Yum.
Robinson Knox says, Silence of the Lambs isn't a movie that scares me as a whole a lot, but it does this cool trick instead where every second it's the best film ever. Yeah, it definitely holds up in a lot of ways. It's got some questionable things in it about, like, I don't know. I won't get into it, but it's like, yeah, it's more of a, I guess, slow realization about horrible things than, you know, it's not like a proactively scary movie. It's an unsettling, unnerving like movie that leaves you with a certain feeling afterwards. But I think that's more effective overall. Like I'll take that over like a stupid jump scare of like, you know, a cat jumping out of a closet or something at the protagonist for no reason. And that's kind of like why I like some David Lynch movies. They are not classified as horror, but they are pretty horrifying when you think about them, like Mulholland Drive, and obviously Eraserhead is like, I mean, it's part comedy even, and also part satire and part horror.
I want to get some more alcohol. I'll be right back. Also, I need
all
more
within
water.
like this sort of like strange dream. J-Dog says, true horror is a sense of dread that never leaves, not jump scares. Yeah, it's the dread. It's the slightly altered change in perspective about the world, I think, that some horror movies can, like the most effective ones, can leave you with.
excited. Excited to see me. Well, I'm always excited to see you. Yeah. Alright, I'm back. The food being so close to the picture is giving me anxiety. This one is sealed, and this one is like quite high away from it. And the only thing that could tip is here. So don't worry. It's safe. So here's my hand for perspective. You know, it's well out of the way. The horror movie is this. You guys were talking about Alter earlier? We were watching those horror films of varying quality.
Oh, on Shudder, yeah.
No. There was Alter.
Oh, Alter.
Yeah, we what that.
Oh, those, yeah. Oh, yeah, the short films on YouTube are
Hell yeah.
also a mixed bag of some pretty good stuff, actually. Was it like the home education one is quite good?
Mm-hmm. That was definitely the best out of all the ones we saw. They all
Yeah.
have something interesting going on. Salmon. Eat up. Num num num. It's good looking salmon. The call out post says Fable pancake sushi, right? I'll put a little bit of a kick in here. Just a bit. I like a kick. This is quite good. Dude, if I could get away with being like a mukbang channel, like damn, people watch you just to eat awesome food. Fuck yeah. Here, good vibes. You eat sushi with me. Num num num. I'll stop in a moment. That's right, I got so addicted. I was like, wait, no, I want to finish this piece. I really should move this away from the camera. Okay, that's enough. Well, I'll just clear off this table over here, though, so I can move it there. That was the whole reason why this got put under the camera, is it's like, I don't have space. Here we go. This. There, for all those who are scared on my behalf. Don't worry. It's fine. Look. It's fine. Yeah, it's good food. I just ordered it. Okay. Give me a second also to see if this was coming out okay. I need to like stop looking at it for a second. Where's my pencil bag? Oh, don't you fall. Let's see. What I got here? Charcoal. Like a white pencil. Posca. There we go, just white pencil. Okay. Let's see the charcoal for comparison. little better. Posca. Okay, good for a really highlight thing. There we go. Cool. And if you tone it, then you can go in with like pencil like this and charcoal and brighten up sections selectively to give it like some texture. Yeah, if people like this kind of thing, maybe I'll do this more often. So you tell me, you express it. I would like to get at least 2 of these things done today, even if I don't get all of them done, so.
Tomb says, how would the Lackadaisy cats react to sushi? I think some of them would love it, and some of them would be somewhat repulsed by the idea of eating raw fish.
The irony. Why am I drawn to it? It's disgusting. But for some reason, I can't look away.
It's got such visual appeal.
It does, though.
Emberfire says, hello, just popping in to say happy birthday. Also, that food looks very good.
Thank you. I also got some eggnog liqueur and rum mixed together. Enjoy that. It's my drink. It's quite good. It's spicy rum, if you want to call it that. Take another bite of the sushi.
Yeah, Rocky would certainly try it.
How would you enjoy it?
Open-minded. I don't know.
Doesn't really have a flavor profile. I imagine he'd be really into.
Yeah, it's subtle. The flavors are subtle in sushi for the most part.
I bet he'd be disappointed it's less
wasabi aside, but yeah. So he might be like, this doesn't taste nearly as colorful as it looks. So.
The sweetest thing on the plate is all the ginger. Thinks the wasabi is also a sweet treat. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't think Mordecai would trust it, but in Missouri in 1920, I wouldn't trust sushi either, so...
Probably not.
There's no ocean nearby. That stuff had to be trucked in, and they didn't have, well, they actually probably did have sort of, like, well, they did have refrigerated trucking, but it wasn't, like, Freon refrigeration. It was, you know, ice refrigeration. You'd be running a bit of a risk there.
Fable, you're drinking alcohol? Hello, Toon Kid, are you new?
What?
What alcohol on the Lackadaisy stream? What?
That's illegal.
Help. Oh, that's cute. No, I have not seen that video with the little girl eating wasabi. That sounds fun. Mordecai would hella hate it. I feel like Mordecai wouldn't trust it, but then he would try it and he might actually like it because it's a very mild flavor. It's more about texture than anything. And
He would very much appreciate the arrangement. Like, it's very neatly organized. It's not just like a pile of food all mashed together. Like,
he'd be fascinated by watching it get made. That's like this, the precision. Yeah. He'd be like, oh, this is cool. Whether or not he would try it, I think would depend on how brave he was feeling that day. Maybe. But I think if he managed to, he might enjoy it. Considering, like I said, it's got a very mild flavor. It's not really about bold flavors. It's about textures and subtleties and stuff.
Luca. Luca.
Kitty.
Don't smack your friend. She's just trying to snuggle with you. He's a very old cat, and I think he's got some, like, arthritis and stuff, but, like, the two younger black cats I have are, like, constantly trying to snuggle with him. And he's like, would you just fucking leave me alone? They just want to pile on top of you and purr.
How dare. Just how dare.
Luca, stop. He's just like punching the cat. The cat keeps trying to like sit on him and he's just like smack. Smack. It's so sad. He just wants love.
Have you ever thought about doing mini comics with your current cats? Starring?
I mean, it's basically the same kind of cat hijinks, just with more guns, I guess, that I already draw.
No, I mean, like, imagining Luca as like a Lacka cat instead.
Oh, you mean putting them?
Yeah.
Nah. I mean, they kind of already get in there in like less direct ways, so I feel like it might be a little redundant to also put them in there directly. Like
some of Luca's ended up in Victor at this point, maybe.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Luca's historically been a very sweet cat, but he's definitely turning into a cranky old man lately. Life has beaten him up pretty badly.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
Okay. I might call this one done for now. I
don't think it. I think it's looking quite appealing where it is at right now. So
just giving it a minute and to look away, but I don't think there's really anything I would change about it at this point. At this point, at least. Alright, clipping it to this bit of cardboard worked out pretty well. Keeping it flat. Because it was starting to curl up. And if you're doing like all this watercolor Inkwash and you're working with a lot of water, you don't want it to curl up. Because then all the water is going to go off to that or that side and you want it to like pool where you intended. So, I had to clip it flat.
Toonkid, just for future reference, Fable's pronouns are they, them. Tomb says, Mood, Tracy, Arbella smacks all the babies too for that same reason. Gotta keep them in line, you know. Little whippersnappers. Rest Cure says, I've never heard don't drink and draw before. I have. I've seen it on a t-shirt, actually.
Do drink and draw. Do it. That's actually the name of a meetup that we do. Drink and draw sometimes.
Yeah. It certainly yields interesting results.
Set this one side for right now. Pin this here.
No worries, just letting you know, Toon Kid. That's cool. Robinson Knox says, is this fella a tortoise? Oh, he's not on screen right now, but I think so.
I think it was like, I don't know, it was some kind of turtle.
Turtle?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, no shell, but it's like supposed to be a lifeguard or something. I don't know. That was the prompt. This little cute turtle. I was like, okay. Clipping it there. Make as much room as possible also so that it don't interfere with it. I want this taut to begin with. Ah dang, this doesn't have enough edge to do much. Oh well. Oh, no, don't worry about me drinking alcohol while drawing. Like, I'd have to get very wasted before there was a problem, and I would stop work before that was the case. And I would just sit here and just doodle dumb crap instead. Yeah, I like these clips. I like these brassy ones. They're really stylish looking. Okay. Well, this one's done. So I'm going to set this to one side, and I'll be cutting it out later. Probably not on stream. Alright. I got this one. This is my next one. I gotta get the food trash out of the way. I want to put the name on this one. I want to just stick it in there. I wanted to integrate it into something. Aaron Kennedy saying, Aaron Sorkin wrote his best when he was smoking crack. Amphetamines were the favorite means of Ant-Man and Kerouac. Yeah, no, I ain't going that far, guys. No. I actually think those things are rather unhelpful to the creative process because they can become a distraction. It's one thing if you take something in small amounts to help you relax because it's just kind of stressful being alive sometimes, but I ain't really there for the hard stuff. Yeah, I can't suggest taking substances in order to do art specifically. Not particularly interested in taking drugs just for that sake. It's not really why. At least in my case. Let's see, I'm gonna put on some different music. What's I got here? You guys are being very silly in chat. Ah. Oops. That's not making sense anymore. That's right. Hit the thingy. Shoot. Comey? I've been watching Comey. Yeah, I like it. It's like she has such severe social anxiety. It's like, this is very relatable. Let me take another bite. Yum, yum, yum. Fish. I wonder how many people clicked on when they saw the sushi and just be like, what's this? Did they stick around? Sorry, it's not really a sushi eating stream. That was very brief. It just felt like showing off my meal. Since it was pretty. Nachos for dinner. That sounds awesome. What you have on your nachos, Chiptune? Can I go over here and then it still works? Heck yeah, I can. this character settled. I need to find the reference. It's like some kind of Eevee looking thingy. It's basically a fox. I think this is ready to go now. Maple bacon donuts. That sounds good. Sorry, I'm so quiet. Chat, just concentrating quite a bit. Look at chat saying anything. I look up occasionally just to read what you guys doing. Well, that's one's coming together much faster than the other one, even. Probably because there's like much fewer shades I have to concern myself with. Yes, it's my birthday, not Tracy's birthday. Sorry. Hey, Tracy, you still there?
Yeah, just gotta get some work done.
Yeah. Were you working book stuff?
Yeah.
More layout, or are you just fixing those pages?
Nudging the layout around still, because some of these pages don't quite fit.
Well, it looked like it was coming together pretty well last time I saw it. Alright, I'm gonna give that a second to chill out, I think. Actually, I gotta smooth out that. Okay. I'm gonna let this dry for a second. And eat more sushi. Just become full of fish. As God intended. Him having a good birthday? Yeah, I'd say so. I got sushi, I have cake, I have painting. You know, I'm streaming. I enjoy streaming to people. I like showing them what I'm doing. Sorry, I'm not like loud and boisterous. I'm just kind of like concentrating really hard, like keeps me quiet. But I'm happy to share stuff with you guys because I think that it's entertaining and it makes me happy. So to share something that I think is cool. Aaron Kennedy asks, so Tracy, we giving you enough material for joke comics? I feel chat is just a real-time shitpost generator. Oh, the desire to make more... Like, you always want to make more comics than you're actually able to do.
Yeah.
One is never out of ideas. It's more like one is out of time.
It's out of time, yeah. It's good sushi.
Do I have a favorite meme? I like the phrase yeet a lot. And it became a very small meme like years and years ago, and then suddenly it like blew up in the public consciousness, and now it's just an average verb. People just say yeet. But that original video of that girl just going, "This bitch empty, yeet," just made me laugh so hard that I started using that phrase yeet for, well, anything you would yeet. And I was just happy to see that other people caught on to what an amazing phrase that was. So, I guess, I don't know that I call that my favorite meme, but that makes me laugh. This one's coming together very quickly. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes, guys. Bye. Bye, Aaron.
Good night, Aaron. Sorry. That's looking real cute.
Thank you. $5 from Running Penguin Films, who says, small dono, but I love your work and I'm most excited when a new rough cut of Lacka is posted. Definitely long overdue. Thanks, but happy birthday. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It's helpful.
That's awfully kind. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. That's a nice birthday gift, that is. coming along. This is coming together very quickly. Toomey says, have any of your pets tried to steal food? Angel is a bread menace, and she's teaching Nico and Seraphine to do the same. We just had Angel try to run off with a box of mini cinnamon rolls a friend brought us.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with bread, but some cats are just, like, so attracted to, like, loaves of bread that are in the, like, plastic little bag that come in.
There's
like,
that really funny video of the cat just, like, going ape over, like, a bread loaf. It goes just... It's really funny. I had a cat that liked broccoli a lot, so if you just left broccoli out, she would jump up and try to steal it. She'd eat it. Yeah. Really loved broccoli.
I had a cat who liked grapes.
I'm not sure that's good. I know that's bad for dogs, but I don't know
It's not something they should eat, but she would go for them. Like, none of the stuff that, like, cats, when they steal food, it's usually something they're not supposed to have, so. But yeah. They are thieves. Rocky came home one time with a bag of hot dog buns that he stole from somebody's picnic.
Okay, that sounds like something that should be done. Can you imagine just a little kid coming like, I brought food home! Where'd you get these buns?
Like, look what I found! I was like, oh god, where did you steal this from?
A bag of hot dog buns. Just imagine a cat just walking and swinging from his mouth. It's so goofy.
Then there was the time, he brought home that, like, frozen solid dead crow.
A treat for both of us. Thanks.
Yeah, he robbed somebody's picnic basket, I guess.
Baby Rocky bringing home a dead crow.
I mean, what kid
I brought home a friend!
Find that? I'd be like, look what I found!
Yes.
Like, what do you want me to do? Frame it and hang it on the wall?
Oh, thanks, honey. Thank you. How'd he carry a frozen crow? By his mouth, of course.
In his mouth.
Yeah.
It was like, it had been dead for some time, so it didn't weigh as much as a crow, like, a living crow would weigh. It had just, like, been frozen in the frost, and, like, the carcass had been there probably a day or two. And yeah, he just picked it up and carried it in his mouth. We saw him walking down the hill to the house.
You were like,
this thing in his mouth, like it's as big as he is.
That's hilarious.
He caught a sewer rat one time, too. He was always in disguise. He was such a troublemaker. He was a disaster, that cat.
Cute. How old did he manage to get?
I think he was 19 when he died. He went in for, he'd had, like, these recurring sinus infections, and he'd been on, like, both antibiotics and, like, depending on what the vet thought it was at any given point, he'd be on, like, antibiotics or he'd be on steroids to try, like, thinking it might be allergies or thinking it might be infection. It was probably something in between both, and so it turned out to be really hard to treat, and so he had, like, years of that. And then he went in for, like, he had some bad teeth he had to go in for surgery for, and they got in there and, like, looked at his mouth, and he had, like, such bad, like, bone rot around his upper jaw and everything that they were like, this is terrible. Like, he's not got long, so we didn't wake him back up.
Aw. Poor guy.
Yeah, it was awful. But he was like 19 years old at the time, and it was already risky, like anesthesia with a cat at that age, so. Yeah.
I think I'm almost done with this. Just kind of just doing some line art now.
Okay, Tomb, it was a long time ago. It was 2010, I think.
That's when I graduated.
Mm-hmm.
I think I remember you mentioning something about like when he pet died. I definitely remember you mentioning something about when Calvin died.
Yeah, I usually end up doing art, so.
Yeah.
Robinson says, I had a cat that liked to hang around barbecue when we were cooking chicken. Yeah, that's no surprise.
It must smell amazing.
They know what's up.
Tunny should see if breakfast sandwich likes bread. It's a very important question. Introduce bread.
He definitely likes his Go-Gurt.
He does. It's so cute. It's like this cat's just like, oh my god, just running over and bashing things over to get this Go-Gurt.
He like jumps excitedly and then runs over.
Such a cute kitten. We need to bread test this sandwich cat. It's very important.
JMD Art says, y'all are amazing. Ah, thank you. That's sweet. Have a good night, Toon Kid. Have fun, whatever you're up to.
Bye bye. Jagan says, the artwork looks so clean that it looks digital. Great job so far. Usually I would go a bit messier if I was being a bit more adventurous, but probably not going to do that with a character that I've only drawn the one time, so... close to done. Feel it. Okay, so the inner ear actually needs to be pretty dark, apparently. Oop, sorry, hit that camera. pretty slick. Alright guys, what you think? I'll leave that a second to dry so I can put like a little white dot on the eye.
Luna Yoshi says, man, this is making me want to work with traditional media again.
Fantastic. Yeah. It's fun. Yeah, I do digital art all the time, so doing stuff like this is a real treat for me.
Very cute.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
the
liking-
commissioner should be happy with that.
I hope so.
I would think.
Yeah. Definitely hope so. It's a wash. Thanks, Rest Cure. So it's just letting it dry right now so that I can add the dot. Then I think that this is done. Put a lot of effort in that already. I think it's pretty cute. I'm gonna take this opportunity to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Feel free to ask more questions and I'll get back to them as soon as I'm back. Alright, I'm back. Let's see if there's any questions while I walked away. Let's see. It doesn't even look painted. It looks like a print. So crisp. Oh, thank you. Love the flower crown type thing and the hair. It's very pretty. I think this character is supposed to be like a Roman general or something. I don't know. So they have like that, you know, like floral crown thing. I was actually thinking about using some of my gold here and putting gold in her on that because I thought that might look pretty cool. It's just like a little accent. Let's see if my gold is any good. So it's some of it caked on the bottom, but if I take one of my these, it looks like that. A lot. This is really nice gold. You can see. So, but I've had this gold for so long that the medium is a little tough now. I have to really mix it into this liquid, this like liquid base. So to make sure that it's like properly opaque, so it's not just putting crap on there. But yeah, it settles rather readily. In fact, there's like a doohickey in here actually that helps break up some of that pigment as it settles. It's gold, you know, it's gonna sink to the bottom naturally. I'm just trying to get that figured. So hopefully that's enough. I'm gonna try to find every little pocket. Oh, there's a little pocket. I don't want this stuff to be too thin. It's annoying to work with. I'm wondering if I should add a little bit of color to Axel as well, just to make the words Axel really pop. I feel like they're getting sunk a little bit. Maybe I just like add some yellow. That might be nice. This yellow is his color. Not gold though. The gold would be overdoing it for him. And not for Vesta. This is very much what I think this character is kind of about. Judging by some of the paraphernalia that surrounds her. I was like getting commissions from people and trying to figure out what is that character about rather than just, oh, they're cute, you know. As like complexity was always my thing. It's actually one reason why I like Rocky so much, Tracy, is that he's like a goofy kind of zany guy. But those are relatively common characters, but a guy like that, but then he has got like issues and concerns. It's really not like a cartoon character like that. That really gets me. I like that. That's my jam.
Yeah, mine too, although
Yeah.
that probably goes without saying, I guess.
Yeah. I kind of like this brush. I'm gonna use the little brush for this. Let's see. Let's do a little test swatch over here. It's okay. I think I might want to cap this and shake it a little bit more. So that's okay. It's gonna really show through quite a bit. Shake that up. Now I could just use like a gold pen, but I don't trust my gold pens, so I don't trust paint pens in general. They tend to be finicky. I think I just have bad luck with them or something, but like they've never been amazing for me, so yeah, I think that comes out a little bit better. Do you guys have any media that you like but it never behaves for you? Oh my god, actually this is coming out pretty good. Usually it's a crapshoot for me, but this is one reason why you gotta do like a darker background for put gold on it, because it shows up a lot better if you don't put it on white. So that's what I was hoping for. I'm very picky about how I use this stuff. looking. I want this to have a certain, like, really high class feel. These commissions cost quite a bit more than I usually charge, since I was trying to actually discourage people from commissioning me while I was there. I was like, I don't want to do a ton of artwork while I'm here, but people really wanted it, so I had to keep raising the prices just to discourage people more. So yeah, it's interesting. Let's see, should I make the ribbon gold or should I make the lettering gold? What do you think? What do you think, Tracy? Should I leave the ribbon as is? Should I make the ribbon gold or should I make the lettering gold? Or give it like an
The ribbon gold would be too much gold.
Yeah.
It would lose its specialness in the image.
You could just leave it as is.
Might line the letters with gold. Might be better.
Yeah. Let's see if I got a brush.
Or even like a gold trim on the ribbon, but not like fully.
Yeah, gold trim I think would be cool because then that would lead your eye around like a lot.
Yeah.
I think that would be good. So it would do its job, but it wouldn't be overpowering. I do like metallics quite a bit. I really get to play with them. This is the kind of thing you can only really play with in real media also. You can replicate the look to a certain degree in digital, but it's just not the same. It's not the same. Let's see, this has to be shaken up again. It says it's called gold mica. I don't know if it has real gold in it or not, but it's certainly a very nice color when you get it to behave. Here we go. Alright. Like that. Just like something subtle. Just a little ribbon. Alright, let's see. I'll make that double-sided just for consistency. It just trims on both ends. That'll be nice. Pleasant to look at, hopefully. That's a little bit of a kick to this thing. I like that kind of thing. go. Okay, I think that's pretty cool. Let's see. A little bit more gold there. Okay. Huh. Okay. Alright, that's cool. That catches the eye. Say so at least. Let's see. We got some jokes in chat, Tracy. Thank you for the happy birthday, Noberto. CMC Player 4 Gaming says, "Have you guys heard of Dresden Files? I know it got brought up once or twice in the stream, so some of the characters in the story heavily remind me of the Lackadaisy characters. I've not seen the Dresden Files. It's been recommended to me, but I've just never gotten to it, so." That's looking nice.
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah. I think that came out pretty nice. You can see the gold. How that look. Call that one done. Figure out how to cut that one out later. Ooh, let's get these flecks out of here. Well, I guess it's just there. Random gold fleck. Eh. There we go. That's cool. Nice. This one. I'm gonna bring back this one. I'm gonna just take a look. Another look at this. Anything else I haven't been looking at it for a while. If there's anything else. Ooh, came out pretty cute. Let's see. This guy looks like a little scamp. His design was really fun. When I looked at the character sheet, I was like, oh, that's gonna be a fun character to work with. Okay, I gotta clean out my water, so I'll be right back. Oh, dropped my shell. Get back up there. Wrong way. Okay. Let's see. What else we got? Blake Smith said, "I went to buy my favorite flowers for my girl. I got back and realized I dropped one. I guess you could say I lackadaisy." Aww. I have not seen Inside Job yet, SMNC, but I've heard good things. It seems like the kind of show I'd at least enjoy watching a couple episodes of. Did I drop the creepy doll? Has their existence been dispersed? What are you talking about? What creepy doll? Put some fresh water in here. Oops. There we go. That's got some gold flecks in it. I think I'll just have to deal with that though. Oh, that was very close. Oh my god. I forgot that that was still wet. Oh my god, it narrowly dodged it. Just, oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh, I've stained my little tablecloth now. I dropped some ink.
It didn't land on the art. Yeah,
it didn't land on the art. I forgot that this pot was full of wet black ink. I'm so used to thinking of it as just dry watercolor stuff that I just completely forgot about it. Sheesh. Oh, sheesh. And now I'm just smearing the ink around, of course. It's just a cursed spot now. Oh no! Oh no! Ah! This is just some scrap fabric I had anyway, I guess, which I use occasionally for con tables, but now it's, that's pretty bad. That's sad. I don't think that's gonna get better, frankly. I should have just blotted it up and not put water on it. That was very silly of me. Look at that. Oh no. Oh. Oh, sheesh. Dab, don't rub. I know, I was a moron. Like, I should know better. But I didn't. Let's get underneath a little bit, too. Let's get that. That was a close call. This artwork dodged a bullet. Dab, don't rub. Got it. Oh. It's coming out just a little bit. I think I just diluted it, but there was a better way of going about that, for sure. Ooh. That is embarrassing. And on camera, too. Hope you're all entertained by my mess up. Wet that a bit. Bring up the ink as much as possible, and then just dab. Just dab. The stream is now about cleaning this spot. Aww. Hopefully that just ends up like a darker splotch of red and not black. It's gotta dry now. Oh dear. Well, that's what I get for working with wet things. Alright. Let's see here. What I need is I need to go get my yellow. My liquid yellow. So, here to my box. Grab my yellow. Not the blood. No. Not the persimmon. Yellow. Where is yellow? That's brown. What's this? That's more persimmon. Burnt orange. Cadmium. Here we go. Also blue. Got this transparent watercolor. I've been really enjoying these liquid watercolors. They've been really doing it for me. I like the effect of them quite a bit. So, what I do is make sure that my brush is running clean. It is. That's good. Because the water is pretty clean. There's no issue there. Choose a clean pot. Hopefully clean pot. Here, let's try to... This one has a bit of white stuff in it. I can get that out. Not hard to clean, but you gotta make sure it is. Otherwise you're not gonna get the color you want. This is what I mean by clean pot. This is where I put my paints. It's a bit of a mess, but actually what I do is I just rehydrate my watercolors when I need them. So I got scraps of pigment here, if you see. This is the blood that I made. And this is the culprit. See, I forgot I had put wet ink in there. But yeah, we got a clean pot. And I can now put some drops in there. I'll show you guys. Very carefully. There. We'll do this. Squeeze bottle. 1, 2, 3. Let's go 4.
Carlos Argueda says, "Happy birthday."
Thank you. And we'll take some water. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now that's like half diluted a little bit. Let's put a little bit more in there. Turn in more of a yellow wash. Really, just want something kind of subtle. Okay. This is just more water, by the way. Just have it in this container so that it's easy to drip drop out as needed. Alright, I'm gonna put this over here, get it out of the way. I'm gonna very quickly just put this back into place like it was before. Down. Now I can take my clean brush, wet that a bit, dip that in the yellow, so now I've got some yellow pigment, and just wash that yellow on. That looks nice. I think I might come at this with a little bit of orange as well to like have it feel a little warmer. I really should have tested this first, but I was like, yeah, it's nice bright yellow. I don't need to test it, it's fine. Take my chances. Let's see how in a short amount of time. Get this nice color. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I really want to just make that text pop a little bit. Okay, yeah, a little bit more orange in here. I already got some of that on my palette, so that's easy enough to do. Just a little bit of orange wash on there. Warm that up. Get some interest in areas. into the shadow. Make that feel a little less boring looking. Like saturated shadows. I'll do that for the other letters. Dripping it in, trying to get it to ease in there, ease in all the corners. And keep it all for that background. I don't know if I'll finish the third one tonight, but I would like to at least get some base colors on another one, just so you guys can see like a little bit of color, because I think that'll be fun. Using these colors is really fun for me. It just instantly pops. It's so nice. Such a nice color too. A little bit on the inside of my finger a little bit, since it looks like it counts for some bleed. That's cute. Okay. Here's my phone. Let's see. Well, the little ink splotches. I mean, it's drying. It's fuzzier around the edges. I think it looks worse on camera than it actually does in person. In person, it's a little more faded, but I'll check Axel's reference to see if there's a color I could add to his eyes. Maybe, because that might be nice too. Oh, he's got little red eyes. Okay. And a little gold thing on the hat, so okay, that could be something interesting then. We could repeat the gold from this coin on his hat, or whatever that is. And I might be able to take my brown and put it right here. So I have a little bit of an accent. And let's get the same type of gold coin thing. Oh, that's cute. That's just a little bit of a punch. Punching it up just a touch. And I love liquid watercolors because they're so hypersaturated, and it's like they're it's like I like traditional watercolors too, but these, oh, there's something about this particular thing that's just like speaks to me. It's like the super even coverage, the way it dries, how little you really need to use over time. I just really like it. Okay. Alright, that gave that a little bit of punch. And now I can easily distinguish the letters from the rest of him. So that was the one thing that was bothering me, but I didn't want to make the letters really dark just to contrast or take them to a mid-tone because I didn't think that was going to be very helpful. But this is nice. Let that dry for a moment. Eyeball what I got over here because this turtle guy, the wolf, fox, whatever lady, I gotta redraw her gun a little bit. But this turtle guy is like, he's pretty firmly established and he needs to be done in watercolor. So thinking I'm gonna do a little wash on him, get him where I need him to be. Since I have the yellow and he's supposed to be green, I might be able to just do a little bit of a yellow wash, I think, so that can go darker from there. Okay. Now I don't think this is gonna threaten drip as is, so I think I can risk standing it upright without any issues. So we'll put that over there. And let's see what I can do with this guy. I think I'm gonna keep this one fairly loose. I don't think I need to define the pencils that I've done any more than they've already been defined. This is fine. I might put in a little white rope for the lifeguard buoy thing that he's holding, but otherwise I'm gonna just kind of do something interesting with this. So keep that there, and clip. Okay. And clip. Okay. Clip. And another clip. This is just a piece of cardboard. There's nothing special about when I'm attaching ink to. Generally, I would even actually use a piece of wood and I would take it and like angle it into my lap, basically, but I'm not doing that today. Okay. Let's use up some of that yellow. So I'm going to double check just in case I am about to make a stupid mistake. I'll look the reference. Make sure. Okay, he's green, he's got blue pants and red eyes. He's a very simple character. Okay, that's easy enough. I think a yellow wash on him won't be a big deal. I just really want to use this yellow since it's out. Nice yellow wash, and then I'll give just maybe a straight blue to the background. It's not very creative, but I'm just kind of going for bold primaries, you know, bold colors. Simple. This kind of thing. Just broad swaths of color. It's kind of cool. this much yellow, I can kind of imply some sunshine on this guy. You know, maybe that might be fun. Let's do the buoying yellow also. This is going to be red later, but right now, let's give it some yellow. Okay. It's going somewhere. Let's do the letters in yellow as well. I might keep them yellow actually, just to make them very bright. Since there's not really going to be any yellow in this. This is just a grounding. Or I might make them kind of look like wood. I don't know. Like the idea of this having like a... It's supposed to be like a lifeguard, like the idea of having like kind of a surf theme, you know? Something beachy. Saturated. Even it out. See how that feels. Gonna create some underlying texture maybe, or just create spaces for interesting surprises. 'Cause I like that. Okay. I've done enough of that. Clean my brush a little bit. And move on to this very nice blue. This blue is going to be this wave behind him. I'm going to be kind of interesting about how I apply this, because I do want there to be bits of white going over the wave. I want it to crest in a kind of a foamy way. So, I'm trying to look at the edges there, but ooh, got a little bit more pigment than I expected. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, it's very saturated right there. And these two colors will blend together into a very nice green. But I'm trying to keep them a bit separated for right now, just so that the distinction between the background and the foreground is obvious for right now. Which is a small textural thing. It's a very nice pig. Yeah, it's still going, at least for right now. I do intend to finish shortly, though. I do want to sit down with my partner and just like watch a movie or something together. And I wanted to get at least this prepped for wherever it takes me. Something cool. Get color in there. I have to have white spots if I can help it. At least not where not intended. Okay. Have you ever worked with liquid watercolors, Tracy?
Quite a bit. I used to back in the day.
A lot of watercolor?
Yeah, I used to mix watercolor, gouache, and colored pencil in varying assortments. I used to do like all traditional media. And then I'd scan it and barely knew anything about Photoshop. I had like a pirated old version of it. But as I started working, it became clear like I had to start working with a tablet and pick up digital as a means of doing things.
It has certain advantages that are just undeniable.
Yep. Undeniable, yep.
Yeah. I do like doing digital work, but it's just different. I appreciate that.
Rescue says, background maybe, but yellow turtle with long flowing blue hair is cool too. I guess you could look at it that way.
Yeah. I kind of like that idea. That's cute.
Sorry about the mic jump. I hope I'm not too loud or anything.
You are not to me, at least. Why did somebody say that was good? You got loud all of a sudden?
I think I just like suddenly started talking, so they.
Scared people.
I had been quiet for a bit. I had to go feed the cats, so.
Yep. I'm being very quiet as I'm concentrating on this. It's kind of hard to look at the screen when you're in the middle of painting. If you look away, you're gonna miss your chance to make the next stroke. So this is entertaining. That you're not all relying on my commentary alone. This is a very quiet stream. This is a very chill stream. I thought it might be nice to have some kind of option to stream by. I want to experiment with what doing something like this might be like. Okay. Pull that down a little bit. We got something interesting going on here now. Alright. We can add another flavor of blue and do something else. That's kind of interesting. Shades. There we go. Now that's going to make it feel very watery. Looks like they're in shades of deep blue. Normally I'd be listening to my own music right now, but actually right now it's just completely silent. It's totally quiet for me. Alright, now I have to do this guy's shorts. That's interesting. Uh-oh. Maybe too interesting. Let's calm that down. Don't go there. I'm gonna cut you off. Don't go there. Cut you off. No. Should have waited for this to dry, but I got all excited at the idea that this would have a certain texture. Okay. I'm like, fuck it. Let's risk it. I like taking a risk. We'll lighten this up later with some wash. Dry. Because otherwise it's gonna become a problem. That splotching on the pants there is interesting to paint over on top of, but if I keep going over it, I'll actually end up lifting the paint off, and you don't want that. You do not want that. 10 o'clock might be a good time to call it a night. Turtle will not stay yellow, but I think for tonight it should probably stay yellow. So I should stop. Should definitely not stream past 10. That's a little silly. Okay. So I'll line up the things that I managed to do / got done today. So you guys can see all of them. Got this and this and this one done. Here, let me move this outside so I can show off more. Yeah, I think those came out pretty good. What do you say, Tracy? Ket is definitely not done yet. I've just put down a yellow wash and a little bit of a blue wash, and I did the background up a little bit, but I'll probably go over that some more in the future till I give it a little bit more oomph.
They look great.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Seems like you had fun working on them too.
Yeah, I had a good time. Glad I got to share that with folks.
Thanks everybody for joining us. Always a pleasure having you here.
I hope you guys had a good time, that you liked the stream. Let us know in the comments if this was something that you would like to see more in the future of. Like just traditional art streams, either just sketching or painting or anything like that. Because this is fun. It's relaxing. It's kind of a mental break. And yeah. If any of you are into that kind of thing, let us know. And if you have any other ideas for streams that we could do, like also let us know. Something art related. You know, usually we have work streams where I show off like the work that we're doing on Lackadaisy. But it's nice to know if we have some sort of alternative thing. And every so often, every rare so often, we do a game stream. Those are fun. Like we were talking about how fun it would be if we did Gartic Phone again. But yeah, especially with their animation feature. That's pretty cool. Alright, folks. Yeah, that'd be fun to do. Alright, folks. That's it for tonight. Thank you so much. And I'll see you guys
everybody.
later.
Have a nice night. Have a good Sunday.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you for the birthday wishes. My birthday wish is to subscribe to our channel or get 3 friends to subscribe. Tell 3 friends about our channel. See if they're interested. Alright, that's my birthday wish. How quickly can we get to 50,000 in November? That would be awesome. I think we are about 1,500 away. Last time I looked. It's the beginning of November. How close can we get by the end? It'd be really cool. Alright, folks. That's all. Good night. Remember to wash your hands. Eat vegetables.
Don't run with scissors.
Don't run with scissors. And don't eat lead paint. Or radium paint.
Don't.
Or asbestos. Don't do that.
Don't.
Yeah. Even if it's really pretty and looks like cotton candy. Sinister says, man, there goes my plans for the night. Alright. See you guys.